places like Sophanum are fairly common knowledge. But if you have been following my channel, you might have heard me mention things like Galarpos Mountains, River Elid, or Izafdar Forest. Well, for the very first time in RuneScape's history, a complete map of mainland Gielinor and its surrounding land masses has been unveiled by humanity. To celebrate this achievement decades in the making, I thought it fitting to explore some lesser-known areas of the map. Get ready today for a Geography 101 lesson as we explore Gielinor's notable geographical features and, of course, their historical significance. Let's begin in the dark expanses of Mauritania. Northeast of the kingdom, you will find the Haunted Woods, a swampy area dotted with countless dead trees and dangers alike. Crossing it is no simple task, and will likely only bring one closer to their own doom. Not recommended for trail running. This area, known as the desolate Mortmire Swamp, was once a beautiful landmark in its own right. Long ago, before vampires took over this land sometime in the Third Age, this region featured a large, lush forest known as Humblethorn. Unfortunately, you will struggle to find any trace of this once beautiful landscape amid its putrid replacement. But I thought it deserved a mention. At the western edge of Lord Draken's domain flows the River Salve, a most historically significant landmark. Long ago in the Fourth Age, Mauritanian forces attempted to invade the human lands to the west, but were thwarted by legendary priestly warriors who managed to push them beyond the Salve and bless the river. Ever since, it has stood as a barrier against the evil from the east, as undead and evil creatures become significantly weaker after crossing its holy waters, if they even make it to the other side. The Salve amulet gets its name from the river, as it is crafted out of the crystalline formations imbued with the Salve River's blessing, hence its famous ability to assist its wearer against undead creatures. On the western bank of the Salve sits the powerful nation of Misthalin. The main road between it and Mauritania slithers through Silvaria, a narrow pass between two mountain ranges. As the best natural defensive line east of Misthalin, it was once a blood-soaked battlefield between the invading Mauritanian creatures and the human defenders, but has since fallen eerily quiet and empty. Near the southern tip of Misthalin stands one of its most famous settlements, Lumbridge. Immediately west of the castle is the Lumbridge Forest, a peaceful forest that hides the secret entrance to the Ham organization, a location that provides them with both convenient access and protection from unwanted attention. On the other side of Lumbridge flows one of Gielinor's most famous rivers, the River Lum, which gave its name to Lumbridge after Misthalin settlers built a bridge over it and created the town in the late Fourth Age. The Lum is quite a long river that begins south of the wilderness and snakes its way through most of Misthalin. Many sites of prospering human settlements were chosen due to their proximity with the river. Edgeville, Varrock, Barbarian Village and Lumbridge are all good examples. The River Lum cuts diagonally across the entire kingdom until it joins the Southern Sea, where it briefly acts as the border between Misthalin and our next region, the Caridian Desert. You might have noticed the desert is not exactly covered in extraordinary landmarks. The only geographical feature worth discussing is the River Elid. Beginning at the southern foot of the Giant's Plateau, this is one of Gielinor's longest rivers, cutting almost the entire vastness of the Caridian Desert in two. Very few societies manage to truly prosper in the difficult desert conditions, but all of the largest ones are directly positioned along the Elid, which should come as no surprise considering the lack of any other major freshwater source in the Caridian Peninsula. Bolnivnich is built between it and a mountain range, while the great cities of Menafos and Sophanum stand on opposite sides of the river right before it flows into the Southern Sea. Arguably the only corner of Gielinor less friendly to life than the Caridian Desert is the wilderness. Not much remains of its original features, as the explosive end of the Third Age left it a dead and desolate shell of its former self. But it still contains a few locations worth discussing. The northernmost point on the mainland is the Wilderness Volcano. This is without a doubt one of the most active known volcanoes, judging by the constant shaking of the ground around it and the regular spewing of lava projectiles. Some ways west, at the closest other corner of the wilderness, stands the Frozen Waste Plateau, also known sometimes as the Ice Plateau, or sometimes Gorok, in reference to the long-abandoned Erosion Fortress still standing nearby. The entire wilderness itself was once Gilinor's largest province, the province of Forenthry. It was renowned for its fertile lands and beautiful forests. Alas, few traces remain of this once prosperous region. Just a stone's throw west of Gorok's remains, we have the Troll Country. Near its southeastern corner, not far from the wilderness, we have a mountain that is sometimes said to be the tallest on Gilinor, although I can't say I've done the measuring to confirm this, Trollheim. If you're wondering whether the view is worth the trek, just keep in mind it is deep inside Troll territory, regularly patrolled by them, and surrounded in difficult terrain. Barring the necessary knowledge to teleport there, or a sizable disregard for your own safety, I wouldn't recommend going up there. On the very opposite end of Troll Country rises Trollweiss Mountain, which has a few iconic features. At its top is a large plateau that is one of the most barren and lifeless regions in all of RuneScape, due to the mountain being covered in snow and battered by bone-chilling wind year-round, making it an environment too harsh even for the trolls to settle. It does have a remarkably smooth slope on its southern flank, which would no doubt make for the perfect winter sport area. Right at the foot of the slope is the Fremennik province, as well as an entrance to the underground domain of the dwarves. There lies the great and ancient city of Keldagrim, named after and split in two by the river Kelda. Surprisingly for an underground river, its size is rather impressive, and the dwarves have long ago learned to exploit this. To a Keldagrim dwarf, the river Kelda is a god-given blessing. While obviously this advanced society's main source of potable water, the city functions in no small parts thanks to the steam-powered boats harnessing the river's power to carry everything needed for and extracted from their expansive mining sites along the river. Going back above ground and into human lands, we find a nearby forest, the Relica Wood. There is clear evidence that it used to be quite a bit bigger, but has been heavily deforested by the Fremennik and Mountain clans, both of which live nearby and use wood extensively in their settlements. At the wood's edge, near the entrance to the famous Fremennik's Lair dungeon, is a unique tree yielding golden apples. It has been walled off and is apparently owned by a troll called Lally. One would think that having the one source of golden fruit in the land within walking distance of their town would entice the Fremennik clan, yet it seems they have made no effort at all to claim the tree for themselves. A simple hop over the nearby mountain range takes you to the Kingdom of Asgarnia, a realm which, despite its power and notoriety, has precious few notable named geographical entities. On its northern border, cutting through the sky and standing tall as if daring the wilderness to overtake it, is the Ice Mountain. This now uncreatively named peak has had a tumultuous and fascinating history. Inhabited as far back as the Second Age, it was once the site of another erosion fortress called Lassar. When the God Wars began, it was besieged by Imkando dwarves, magic-wielding dwarves who hailed from the mythical city of Imkandoria, located in a far-flung corner of the Northern Sea. They had been forced to abandon their home and were allied with Saradomin, who offered them Lassar as a settlement for their race if they could help him drive the Sarosians out. The siege succeeded, and for thousands of years the Imkando dwarves lived within the mountain in their new city of Kamdozal. Sadly, the Ice Mountain would abruptly stop its long-held habit of harboring thriving societies in the early 5th Age. A group of warring Fremennik from the Mountain Clan, who would go on to be known as the Barbarians, launched the Rune-crafting Crusade, a bloody, grueling conflict aiming to snuff out magic across Gilinor. When the Barbarians came across Kamdozal and its magic-savvy population, they launched a swift attack against the city. The Imkando dwarves made a deadly blunder when they severely underestimated the strength of the invaders, a mistake that would spell disaster for them. The Crusaders nearly completely wiped out all members of their race and left the once glorious and awe-inspiring Kamdozal, an empty underground wonder populated only by an eerie silence and the ghosts of its past. And finally, Asgania's western border is the massive White Wolf Mountain. It is notorious for the dangerous wildlife roaming its snowy heights, which has made it the final resting place of many an unprepared adventurer. But all in all, the White Wolf Mountain's surface is not as noteworthy as what lies beneath it. While humans continue to foolishly cross its treacherous peaks, the dwarves have carved themselves a much more convenient alternative, creating the White Wolf Tunnel. This shortcut stretches to both sides of the mountain, bypassing its aggressive inhabitants entirely. The tunnel is linked to the Keldagrim minecart system and hosts a small bar as well as a crossbow store. The dwarves jealously guard both entrances to the tunnel, allowing only their own kin or trusted friends to enter. But dwarves aren't the only ones dwelling below the White Wolf Mountain. There is another network of labyrinthine tunnels and difficult-to-reach entrances to the surface further north. It is the home of many dangerous ice creatures, and at its very end, sitting on a frozen throne, is the Ice Queen. Who she is and how she ended up in this obscure frozen corner of Gielinor are mysteries to me at this time. The White Wolf Mountain also acts as the narrow land border between Asgania and the mainland's largest region, Kenderin. As may be expected for such a vast area, it contains many a geographical feature worthy of study. One of its greatest natural wonders is undoubtedly the Baxtorian Falls, a short series of rapids leading to Gielinor's largest waterfall. It derives its name from King Baxtorian, an elven king who briefly controlled lands in Kenderin a few decades ago. His wife, Queen Glarial, tragically passed away while he was distracted by the beginning of the Elven Civil War, and a series of chambers was carved inside the waterfall as a resting place for her remains. The waterfall flows into the River Doin, which, while quite narrow, is one of the longest rivers on Gielinor, splitting much of Kenderin in two and handily winning the prize for the most bridges. From the Baxtorian Falls, it goes southeast until it reaches the capital Ardoin, before turning southwest all the way through Castle Walls, after which it finally reaches the Southern Sea. Near the southern tip of the kingdom, cutting the land from coast to coast, are the Feldip Hills, an impressive linear series of hills hosting some unique and exotic wildlife. On one of its sides, tucked away from the rest of the mainland, is the Feldip Jungle, Gielinor's only jungle hunter area. It is one of the world's most isolated corners. Beyond the barely populated Myths' Guild and Corsair Cove on the very southern coast, the entire region is composed of difficult jungle terrain, where every large bush could be hiding a pack of deadly wolves, if it's not already breathing down your neck. The only human with the skills and either the bravery or foolishness to call this perilous place home is the hunting expert, world-renowned for her mastery of all things hunter. Beyond danger in a large variety of fauna to hunt, you won't find much of interest around here. Kenderin also has what is to my knowledge the only privately owned wood in the world, that being MacGregor's Wood, located between the Coal Trucks and Sears Village. For such a unique feature, there is surprisingly little information available about it. Who MacGregor is and why they chose to fence off this area is unknown, and only a handful of guard dogs live there. Our last area to explore is the sparsely populated Piscatoris Peninsula. Reaching it involves crossing the Eagle's Peak. On its northern side, stretching towards the horizon like a green carpet, is the peaceful Piscatoris Woodland. This is one of the most pristine natural reserves on Gielinor, being almost completely free of human intervention, or gnomish and dwarven intervention for that matter. Its flat, forested plains are full of small-sized wild animals, making it a perfect location for aspiring hunters to develop their skills without danger. The only permanently settled human in the woodland is Matthias, who manages the Piscatoris falconry area. Now, due south of the peninsula, right after the Eagle's Peak, rises the world's largest known mountain range, the Galarpos Mountains. This wide and daunting chain of peaks continues south nearly uninterrupted until it reaches the ocean. There are only two known ways to cross the Galarpos Mountains and end up in our next region, the Elven lands of Tiranon. The first option is to go overland through the Arendar Pass, a narrow path that snakes its way through the mountains, then either takes you to or near Prifddinas, the elves' capital city. Unfortunately for our hypothetical traveler, Arendar's eastern entrance is blocked off by a great gate built and guarded by elves to protect their lands. The other option would be to cross under the mountain through the underground pass, a notoriously dangerous series of tunnels and mind-bogglingly huge caves, which were already deadly, but then were taken over by the evil mage Iban, a former Dark Knight turned self-proclaimed son of Zamorak. Thanks to Iban's influence, attempting to cross the underground pass went from perilous to downright foolish. The Galarpos Mountains have a certain historical significance, as they may be the only reason the elves still exist on Gielinor. During the God Wars, their race was able to stay away from the bloodshed thanks to the mountains isolating them from the belligerent deities and their armies, while their own goddess Seren was one of the only gods with no appetite for war. Without the natural barrier of the Galarpos Mountains, there is no telling what fate the elves would have met. Of the areas hiding behind those mountains, the biggest one is Isafdar, the Elven Forest. It's a large and dense wood with a rather enchanting look. Unfortunately, basking in its tranquil beauty comes at the cost of many perils. Packs of grizzly bears and dire wolves alike roam the area, and since the elves are embroiled in a civil war, deadly hidden traps riddle some of the already difficult terrain one can find away from the main clearings of the forest. The last part of the mainland we've yet to explore is its biggest island, Karamja. Much of its surface is composed of tropical forests and hills, but we will direct our attention to its most unique features, starting with its iconic volcano. Rising mighty and tall in between Musa Point and Brimhaven, the Karamja volcano splits the island's northern peninsula in two. It's one of Gielinor's most impressive peaks, being large enough to house underground tunnels leading to both Crandor Island and Moral Wreck, the renowned Tsar city. It is also home to a long-abandoned creation of the mythical dragonkin race, Elvarg, the dragon that burned Crandor off the map some decades ago. From the very north of Karamja we pivot to its opposite side, and a good candidate for the most inhospitable place known to man, the Karazi jungle. It guards its borders with stiff hills and impossibly dense vegetation leading to a dangerous forest, home to a slew of aggressive creatures. Legends say it is home to ancestral temples and long-lost magic, but only the most foolhardy adventurer would set foot on Karamja's heel. Now, let's go across the Western Sea into the continent of Zeah. We will begin with its largest realm, the Kingdom of Great Korund. Most of it is nestled between two rivers, the first one so major that one of Korund's 5 houses is named after it, the River Hos. Its beginning marks the border between Hositius and Archaeus. Later on, it splits in two, flowing down south back into the sea on the one hand, and forming a small lake between Hositius and Shazian, then running around Korund Castle, before disappearing underground in Lovacane on its other branch. On the opposite end of the continent, fed from the sea to the west, is the River Mulch. It runs south of the Farming Guild before being blocked right before Lake Mulch, then continuing south. It funnels into the humble but quite pretty Lacerda Falls, flowing into the bay between Zeah's two kingdoms. The River Mulch gave its name to Mulch, an area of the Kebbles lowlands, as well as Mulch Lake and Mulch Island at its center. It's a key military strategic point for Great Korund, as it is their greatest natural line of defense against their aggressive lizardmen neighbors, an asset they exploited when they built the Shazian's Wall right after its eastern crossing. The river that joins it towards the end is unnamed, but originates from Mount Quittermordum. Long ago, an old king of Great Korund, Shazian VII, organized an expedition into the Kebos lowlands, intending to expand the realm's borders. Exploring Mount Quittermortem was one of the main objectives. The expedition members never returned, and that was the end of it for a while. But some writing of King Chasian VII later found reveals that the mission was not a complete failure, for it had brought back local lizards that were perfect for some unclear experimentations. Long story short, this resulted in the creation of the Lizardmen and the secret excavation of a cave on the west side of the mountain, where was erected a temple housing an altar with similar powers to the Dark Altar, but seemingly much stronger and unstable. The king's successor, King Xeric, who is strongly hinted at being Chasian VII returning as a powerful mage, was eventually exiled by his people for being a mad dictator that brought misery to Corund. King Xeric traveled to Mount Quittermortem with his loyal followers, where he knew he would be protected by his creations, the Lizardmen from the Kebos lowlands, who held him as their king. Corund's forsaken Mad King continued and escalated his experiments deep within the mountain, excavating deeper and deeper until he reached the Great Olm hiding deep within the mountain. This, in short, is how the Chambers of Xeric came to be. To the north lies another impressive mountain, Mount Karulm, a unique volcano in many ways, starting with its color. Apparently, it is Gilinor's only sulfurous volcano, which I don't know what that means because I'm not a geologist, but I'm told that's what gives its lava a bluish tint not found anywhere else. Early during the God Wars, even before the arrival of the war refugees who would found Zea's first cities, a dragonkin called Karulm traveled to the mountain that would inherit their name. There, they made desperate experiments to try and lift the curse that was plaguing the dragonkin at the time. From these experiments came worms, then drakes, and finally hydras. The latter impressed their creator, and so Karulm attempted to create an enhanced version, which you probably won't be surprised to hear is how the alchemical hydra came to be. While happy with the result, the dragonkin were unable to replicate its special traits in other hydras, and had to abandon the mountain when an influx of people escaping the mainland made it too dangerous to continue their work on Zea. Later, although the timeline isn't terribly clear, 3 Zars left the Karamja volcano. The ruinous God Wars were still raging, and they couldn't bear to see the world fall apart around them without acting. They traveled all the way to Mount Karulm, which sounds like it would be a lot harder for a living volcanic rock than a dwarf or a human. It became their new home, and the sulfurous environment altered their biology, turning them into a new species, the Tazakal. They decided to do what they could to bring balance to the world, and many humans became sympathetic to their cause, slowly morphing themselves into the Kalith. You may not have heard of the Kalith, but you're almost certainly familiar with at least one of them, the famous Slayer Master Konar, whose full name translates to Konar the Huntress. Many of Corund's most important events were set in motion in the heart of Mount Karulm, as it is where the Tazakal gave the secret of immortality to both Lord Troban Archaeus and King Chasian VII, both of which would go on to abuse it beyond what the Tazakal had wanted, respectively by sharing it with all Archaeus citizens, and by attempting to become a violent, power-hungry dictator forever. So yeah, I think there's a good reason the Tazakal have been shy about sharing the secret again ever since. The kingdom's most pristine area is the Corund Woodland, a sparsely populated plain with some hunter creatures and wild monsters on the southern coast of the realm. The woodcutting guild was built on it, taking advantage of the tree variety in the area, as well as the fact that this is one of the only places in the world where redwood trees grow naturally. Believe me, I know a thing or two about redwood trees. Trying to leave Corund for its neighboring kingdom of Valamor involves a treacherous crossing of the daunting Custodia Mountains. During the rule of Xeric, Great Corund's Mad King, many citizens decided to attempt the trek, not even knowing what lay behind the uncharted peaks. One of the most interesting traits of the Custodia Mountains is its wildlife. Many rare animal species call it home, such as alpacas, harpy eagles, lynxes, and stags. There is even a cave hidden within the mountain range, where dwells a completely unique and rather unsettling species, the Custodian Stalker. You'll know you made it across the Custodia Mountains once you reach this bridge, which finally takes you to our last major region, the Kingdom of Varlamore. And what better place is there to begin with than the one that gave it its very name, the River Varla. While other rivers like the Elid and the Lum would laugh at its length, it compensates by being possibly the widest river on Gielinor. It was once the border between the territories of the two distinct tribes who had settled what is now Varlamore. The Talcasti tribe settled the Talati rainforest, the peninsula west of the river. The architecture of its modern settlements is deeply anchored in Talcasti culture and history. The eastern side was claimed by the Perican tribe, who founded Civitas Illa Fortis as their first major settlement. The two tribes eventually joined together when the Pericans embraced the Talcasti religion, Losanium. Its great temple is located on Ralus's Rise, a mountain named after one of the religion's two main gods. And inside this large mountain live the dwarves of Cam Torum. And this is also where flows the river Ortus, Varlamore's second main river, south of the Quetzalcoatl Gorge, a small settlement right at the center of Mons Gracia, the Dark Frost, and the Proud Spire, which, along with Ralus's Rise, form the mountain range known as the Hailstorm Mountains. The area between the Hailstorm Mountains and the Custodia Mountains is called the Auburn Valley, which carries a grim history. Around a century ago, Zaya's two kingdoms were embroiled in a conflict called the War of Betrayal. The war began when the Emperor of Varlamore at the time, Imafor Tullus, had the Corund royal family killed. Infamous for his cruelty and short temper, Emperor Imafor ordered the entire Auburn Valley burned during the war in order to slow down the progress of Corund's troops, which did not help with his rapidly declining popularity in Varlamore. And finally, one of the kingdom's most iconic features is the Avium Savanna, a colossal tropical plain home to a great variety of hunter creatures as well as the Hunter Guild. It must have once been the habitat of something on a whole other scale, as evidenced by the remains of an immense worm located at Zaya's southernmost point. Quite a striking landmark. Let me now conclude with a quick list of other areas of interest that don't fit neatly within the other regions mentioned. First, let's have a look at the only sea that isn't named after a cardinal point, the Lunar Sea. It includes the waters off the coast of the Fremenic province, as well as the ones surrounding all of the various Fremenic islands. It is squeezed in between the northern and western seas. There are some interesting areas to explore on Fossil Island, starting with the Fossil Island volcano. It is an active volcano which regularly showers the surrounding areas with balls of lava. This dangerous volcanic activity is not all bad, however, as it is what makes it possible to harvest soda ash deposits around the mountain, an important component for the creation of high-quality compost. The volcanic mine is located at the heart of the volcano. The western side of the island is covered in quite a unique type of forest. The aptly named mushroom forest boasts a large variety of fungi, including abnormally tall mushrooms, giving the area its name. It's also home to the famous herbivores, a creature beloved by hunters and herblore enthusiasts alike. On the other hand, there are also some less desirable dwellers within its borders, such as the ever-annoying ancient Zygomites. Another curious corner of the sea, Braindeath Island, has its own volcano, this one dormant. The island is almost solely known for its famous Braindeath rum, and the volcano plays a central role in its brewing process, as its top is filled with stagnant water used to give the rum its unique taste. And if this video makes you want to avoid Braindeath rum at all costs, good, it should. And finally, let us...
Czekaj. Ty tam masz malucha. Malucha masz? Gdzie masz? Co tam u ciebie w ogóle? Opowiadaj. Mm, 3 LED bary, mahogany plank. Dobra, to później zrobię. Ankor. Steel bar. O, ankora mogę zrobić. 8, 6, 1. 8, 6, 1. 8, 6, 1. 8, 6, 1. Dobra. Zdjęcie albo dwa. No wejdź sobie na Google Mapsy i se zobacz, co ja ci będę pokazywał. Już są zdjęcia z Google Mapsów, bo przed moim przyjazdem dopiero zrobili. A ja miałem kanał na YouTubie drugi i miałem 2 subkanały na jednym mailu. Chciałem usunąć ten drugi subkanał, na którym tylko oglądałem, bo kurwa coś mi się ubzrało, że po co mi, nie? No i usunąłem ten jeden kanał, a się okazało, że mi usunął Google zrąbany 2 kanały. I miałem tam kanał, gdzie miałem tam shorty z podróży, miałem z Woodstocku, miałem z Paragwaju 2 filmiki. No i jak usunąłem, mi się nie dało przywrócić, tak już dupa. Jak będę łaził, gdzieś coś robił, to będę nagrywał. Na razie gram, bo kupiłem sobie membera na rok. I zawziąłem się na tego. Zawziąłem się na Old School RuneScape'a, bo zawsze chciałem i nigdy nie mogłem, albo coś i... No, jakieś tam 200-300 giga, 400 giga zaoszczędził, no. Ale ja chciałem tylko subkanał usunąć, a tam nigdzie nie pisze, że ty usuwasz subkanał, tylko usuwasz wszystkie kanały powiązane z tym. Srane, no ale co zrobię. Przez pierwsze 2 dni nie mogłem tego przeżyć, a później mówię, no co, już, klikłem. O, mamy kotwicę, nie wiem po co mi kotwica, ale mamy kotwicę. Dobra, łódeczka jak trzeba. Zaraz mogę się przepłynąć i porzucać te rzeczy. Jeszcze sobie zrobię zestawy naprawcze tylko. Ale teraz, człowieku, to jest gra, bo teraz mogę wreszcie sobie popływać wszędzie i zobaczyć sobie tą mapę, jak ona naprawdę wygląda od strony wody, a nie gdzieś tam od strony teleportów, od strony biegania, bo nigdy się nie mogłem tej mapy nauczyć, bo co ja miałem? Miesiąc membersa wcześniej. To ja na tym miesiącu się tylko skupiłem, żeby questów jak najwięcej porobić. A teraz mam czas i mam chęć i mam wszystko. Czekaj, tutaj gwoździe odłożę, te wezmę. Teraz deski mi daj te. I... Powiem ci, że żadna gra nie robi ci tak głowy jak RuneScape. To jest taki myśliciel, że człowieku, jak nie myślisz, to latasz w tej z powrotem i zapominasz rzeczy i gubisz się i w ogóle tracisz czas. Iron Nails, 5 Swamp Paste. Iron Nails, a nie Steel Nails. Jakby to różnicę robiło, no ale dobra. Iron Nails. I pasta. I Oak Plank. Mam tych desek, bo naciąłem to. Także tak, no. Repair kits. Wood. W jeden dzień, w 2 dni, nie, w jeden dzień gry, nie, w 2 dni gry wbiłem 55 sailinga. Dzisiaj, nie, 56? 55. Jeszcze dzisiaj potrzebuję jeden level i już mam wszystko porobione. Czy no, jeszcze tam wiadomo do 86 tak naprawdę, ale teraz już będę mógł wszystko to, co chciałem. Będę miał, mam duży statek, ulepszony będę miał 2 załogantów, będę miał wszystkie te takie już mid-game'owe rzeczy ogarnięte. Także jest super, jest pięknie, jest cudownie. Czekaj, to wrzucę sobie to na statek i zrobię sobie jeszcze. I to mi starczy na jakiś czas. Ale zarąbisty stary jest ten update, naprawdę. Powiem ci, bo ty masz taką robotę, no lipa z tym kanałem, no. Stary, nawet mi nie mów, bo uważ, mi się płakać chce. Tyle miałem rzeczy i najgorsze jest to, że jak robiłem coś, wrzucałem to na YouTube'a i mówię, dobra, to już jest zrobione, mam mało miejsca na dyskach, kupiłem 2 dyski po 2 tera, ale mam mało miejsca na dyskach, pousuwam. Pousuwałem, posklejane usuwałem i to przed sklejaniem pousuwałem. I później, konta nie ma. I mówię, no to fajnie, no to teraz to, co miałem, to już nie wrzucę. Jedyne, co mogę wrzucić, to jeszcze mam z podróży filmy, tylko że to jest takie wszystko z kabiny i gdzieś tam łaziłem i to by trzeba było posklejać. No i Woodstock straciłem, znaczy z Woodstocku straciłem wszystkie koncerty, a zostało mi łażenie, więc łażenie z Woodstocku to nie ma sensu w ogóle. To tylko sobie zostawiłem. A co jeszcze? No i tak to wygląda. Ale jakbyś chciał, weź sobie załóż konto na RuneScape'ie na darmówce, to możesz grać wszędzie i zawsze, bo to możesz grać na mobilu. I to jest taka gra, stary, że ty masz cały czas progres, cały czas coś sobie możesz tam dłubać, czy w robocie nawet jesteś, postaw sobie telefon i sobie na przykład rąbiesz drzewo i sobie zanosisz do banku przy banku. I człowieku levelujesz sobie w robocie elegancko postać jak złoto. Czy jakiś mining, czy cokolwiek. To jest tak zarąbista gra, jeśli chodzi o attention, no, attention-based gameplay. Czyli jak masz dużo czasu, to możesz robić bardziej skomplikowane rzeczy. Jak masz mało czasu... Zajebie dzwona. Jakiego dzwona? A, w robocie. Nie no co, klikasz na drzewo i idziesz robić swoje. Klikasz na bank, przerzucasz, idziesz robić swoje. Jak tam czasami nie masz co robić. Tylko mówię, że to jest lepsza gra niż WoW. WoW to się w ogóle chowa przy tym. Tu questy i content i w ogóle wszystko jest 100 razy lepsze niż WoW. WoW dopiętnie dorasta. RuneScape'owi. No tylko wsadem se tu nie pochodzisz, nie? Chyba ja miałem to kliknąć, a nie to. No, to jak tam chcesz. To jest zarąbista gra, stary. Fanu masz tyle, że... Skupiony w grze, czy skupiony poza grą? Bo jak chcesz być skupiony w grze, to już... To się da. Bo jak dodali forestry... No to w robocie się skupiaj tam, no. Weź się skup. Super. Tak, co poza tym? Wszystko dobrze. Todo rico, todo bien, mi amor. Git jest, no i dobra. Czekaj, co ja chciałem? No, ja to wszystko mam, mogę chyba płynąć. Bo muszę iść i zrobić, oddane mi w WoWie nie działają. W którym WoWie? Ty w turtla grasz, czy w normalnego? A, to jakieś tam gówno, kurwa, blizzardowe, płacisz, kurwa, 80 zł za miesiąc, to ci nie pomogę, nie wiem. Jeszcze jakbyś powiedział, że w turtla grasz, to bym ci wysłał linka na turtlowe te, bo oni mają swoje addony i mają launchera swojego i w ogóle zajebisty jest ten turtel. Tylko, że też mi się nie chce grać, bo już, kurwa, ile razy można to samo robić. A tu mam wszystko za każdym krokiem, gdzie bym nie poszedł, wszystko jest nowe i wszystko jest, kurwa, dziwne i zajebiste i w ogóle fajne. Podoba mi się strasznie. Strasznie mnie się to podobie. Czekaj, wezmę sobie 4. Czy ta łódka jest w ogóle naprawiona? No nie masz nic innego do roboty, to co działaj. No nie mam, no. Tam coś brat tego ziomka przyjechał wczoraj, kurwa, chodź, piwo wypijemy, pogadamy, coś tam sprawa będzie. Wiesz, pierwsze co myślałem, że jakiś hajs będzie chciał ode mnie albo coś, ale nie. Nie. W końcu, kurwa, no, jest obok taki budynek jest przed hotelem. Ja już mu mówiłem, człowieku, jak przyjechałem 2 miesiące temu, czemu ty nic nie robisz z tym budynkiem? Dawaj tu restaurację rób, cokolwiek. I on teraz przychodzi, ten jego brat do mnie mówi, no bo wiesz, ten budynek, bo ja tam mam knajpę, a na wiosce, ale ta knajpa mi straty przynosi, bo ludzie nie chodzą. No i tutaj myśleliśmy z Dawidem. No ja mówię, ja już mu kiedy mówiłem? 2 miesiące temu. No właśnie i tak myślałem i myślałem, oni to kurwa długo myślą strasznie. No i jak już pomyślał, to już to doszedł do wniosku, że no dobra, no to będziemy robić, on te stoły tu przywiezie, restaurację otworzy, ale tam kabli nie ma, bo tam były ćpuny i krak paliły i wynosiły kable, kurwa. Aha, no to ty ile to kable wpierdolić? 2 dni. Masz kable. Dzwoń po elektryków, niech ci kable wkładają, a ja ci mówię, pomogę tam jakieś kurwa gipsy, tynki, kurwa, wiesz, co jest, jakieś tam farby pomalować, odświeżyć, coś tam zrobić, to ci mogę pomóc tam. Tylko to musi być tak, że ja mam plan dnia i ty mi się w ten plan dnia, wiesz, wrzuca, że na przykład tam już jest wszystko gotowe, ty do mnie piszesz, ja idę, od razu zaciągam, rozumiesz, rękawy i robię przez 2 godziny, ogarniam robotę, a nie, że ja tam będę spędzał pół dnia nie wiadomo na czym, bo to tego nie ma, bo tamtego nie ma, bo na to trzeba czekać, wiesz o co chodzi. Ja już mu powiedziałem od razu, jak jest dezorganizacja, to ja nie robię, jak wszystko jest zorganizowane i mówisz mi, że idę i robię, to dobra, to ci pomogę. No, także tak. Dobra, co ja miałem zrobić jeszcze? Czekaj, wezmę to. Zobaczymy co tu jest. Wezmę to i wezmę crowbar. I mam kaczkę do badania tych. See nearest. Dobra, Caterby Bay. Test the currents west of obelisk. Requirements met. Czyli Caterby Bay. Tu jeszcze potrzebuję zrobić jedną rzecz. Ale gdzie ta jedna rzecz jest i co to jest? To mnie ciekawi. No, Także git majonez, rozumiesz? Ja tu super cool, tak mi się człowieku podoba to, że nawet się nie wyobrazi. HD. Nie. GPU. To wyłącz, to włącz. Bo lepiej chodzi gra na tym, tego HD jeszcze nie zrobili. Nie do końca. Teraz tak. Gdzie ja tu mam? No nie, kurwa, tam nie wchodzi. Czekaj, to może to tu gdzieś jest. To jest Ardent Sea. Chcę robić charting. Sea charting. Ale jest dużo bardziej zwrotna ta łódka teraz. Czekaj, spróbujemy gdzieś tą kaczkę tutaj wyrzucić. Zobaczymy, co to da. Dobra, czekaj. Pokaż kaczkę. Tak, kurent. Don't spot any. Dobra, to czekaj, to wiem, co tu będzie jeszcze. Otworzymy skrzynkę i wypijemy. Anchor bringing the boat to stop. I co ja mogę teraz robić? Właśnie, bo jeszcze tego nie rozkminiłem, bo mam teraz kotwicę. Nie wiem, co ta kotwica mi daje. To chyba, że rzucasz kotwicę i idziesz do tej, do syrenki, bo są syrenki, tylko że syrenki musisz mieć ten zestaw do nurkowania, bo one coś tam chcą, kuła, żebyś tam coś tam kuła tego kolbę Posejdonowi, coś tam. Tylko, że to trzeba zejść tam w tym do wody. A ja muszę tego questa zrobić, żeby dostać ten zestaw do nurkowania od pirata. Tylko to znowu jest całkiem, wiesz... To jest gra na zasadzie musisz wymienić żarówkę, ale nie masz... ale łapiesz za szufladę i szuflada skrzypi. Musisz naprawić szufladę, później jak naprawisz szufladę, okazuje się, że nie masz żarówki. Później idziesz do samochodu, ale nie możesz znaleźć kluczyków, szukasz kluczyków, później znajdziesz kluczyki, ale musisz naprawić samochód i później dopiero może pojedziesz do sklepu, a się okaże, że w sklepie nie ma i musisz zrobić questa dla shopkeepera i później dopiero dostajesz to, co chciałeś. Także fajna sprawa. Okej. Drink marrow wine. Co to jest za cudo? Okej. To co, wypijemy, co? This drink has sealed gate of unknown amount of time. It could do anything to you, good or bad. Are you sure you wanna drink it? Let's go. O, sailing XP. Coś stało? Fully charting. A, właśnie, to o to chodziło. To miałem zrobić. Nie wiem, co to mi zrobiło, ale zczartowałem całe jedno morze. I właśnie o to mi chodziło. Dobra, czyli Caterpie Bay jest zrobiony. Teraz idziemy po kolei, wracamy w... Czyli Caterpie Bay jest zrobione. Czyli teraz tak, Remington Strait. Wracamy tu, Motzkeeper Sound, Bay of Sarim. I tu. I zrobimy te. Czyli tutaj będzie trzeba chyba kaczkę rzucić. A, i teraz mi dało te. Jak startujesz wszystkie rzeczy na danym morzu, to dostajesz boosty. Że jak pływasz, wjeżdżasz w te boosty i dostajesz speed boosta. O. I robi siód i szybciej płyniesz. Dobra, to teraz tak. To teraz tu trzeba chyba kaczkę puścić. Może to o to chodzi. Dobra, stop. Tak, kurent. O, tak, dobrze. Teraz nie rzucaj kotwicy. Płyniesz za kaczką teraz. I kaczka ci robi te. Wyznacza ci kurenty. Popłynęła tam i z powrotem i teraz... Nie, teraz w tą stronę będzie płynąć. Ty musisz tylko za kaczką jechać. A, czekaj, raise anchor. Navigate. Kaczka. Dawaj kaczkę. Nie, tam nie wpływaj. Tam jest niebezpiecznie. Kaczucha. Robi kurenty. Rozumiesz, kłak. Kłak taki. Princess. I sailing XP. O, już. Chodź tu. Czyli charting complete. Czyli co, już wszystko jest? Remington Strait. Czyli tu jeszcze musi być skrzynka z alkoholem jakimś gdzieś. Bo tego na pewno nie robi. Nie rzucaj tej kotwicy. Teraz mi będzie rzucał kotwicę za każdym razem. Bo nie mogę trafić w helma. To nie drzwi za sobą. Mam szafkę, mam stojaczek, mam łóżko, mam łazieneczkę, mam krzesełko i mam pokój no ciut mniejszy jak ten w Anglii, ciut, ale z łazienką, prysznic, kibel, wszystko jest. Czekaj, mapa. Czy to się zalicza do tego morza, czy nie? To będzie chyba gdzieś tu. Najbardziej bawi od gierek jakieś robienie czegoś fizyczne, naprawianie, dubanie. Nie, no mnie też, tylko że jak mam... Ja nie będę komuś robił roboty, bo się przyzwyczają do tego. Wiesz o co chodzi? Ja mu pokazałem, ja byłem z nim, zrobiliśmy ścianę, odnowiliśmy. W tamtym hotelu. Powiedziałem mu, że jak coś potrzebuje, to niech dzwoni. Ale ja nie jestem kurwa od roboty. Ja mu człowieku dałem możliwość, że on ma to, co ma dzięki mnie. No i teraz kurwa ja patrzę, co on robi z tym, co ma, co mu kurwa zagwarantowałem. No to co ja mam więcej robić? Ja czekam na swoje dokumenty. Jak będę miał dokumenty, będę miał auto, no to mogę coś tam więcej robić, ale na razie co ja mogę robić? Czekamy dalej na... Będziemy się spotykać jeszcze z typem, z kolejnym hotelem. To wszystko trwa, więc co ja mam robić? Se ćwiczę, se streamuję i se gram w to, co zawsze chciałem grać. No to co? Źle? Bardzo dobrze. Czekaj, stój. Bo tu już jest... Co tu jest? Raven pasy, czyli tu musi być kaczka. Tu gdzieś musi być kaczka i tu gdzieś musi być... No słuchaj, ty chcesz iść na studia, a ja bym powiedział, że po chuj. No ale jak chcesz, to idź, no co. Mi by było szkoda czasu na studia, bym sobie wolał w RuneScape'a grać na przykład. Masz dobrą robotę, mi dobrą robotę, tylko ty tam miałeś plan jakiś, no to dobra, no to jak masz plan, to co innego. Ale mi by się już w tym... Tak, mi by się już w tym wieku nie chciało w ogóle nic. Ja się i tak uczę stary języka codziennie. Codziennie godzina na Duolingo. Ja wiem, że to niedużo jest może, ale to już jest ten wiek, że to już jest dużo. Że cokolwiek robisz codziennie, systematycznie i trzymasz się planu, to już jest bardzo dużo. Także ja sobie codziennie ćwiczę, codziennie mniej więcej o tej samej godzinie wstaję, codziennie robię mniej więcej to samo. Mam jakąś rutynę życiową. Gdzie jest kaczka? Tu będzie kaczka. Nie wiem jak to jest zaznaczone, czy to jest to, czy to nie jest to. Czy to nie jest to. Ale widziałem, że były takie spoty, że się nie dało tam nic zrobić. Konsekwencje jest istotniejsze od intensywności. A nie, intensywność tu nie ma nic do rzeczy. Ja mówię bardziej o budowaniu dobrych nawyków. Albo trzymaniu nawyków jakichś takich normalnych, że codziennie coś dobrego robisz dla siebie. Ćwiczysz czy tam coś. Uczysz się? Czy ja ćwiczę głowę i ćwiczę ciało. O. No, konsekwencja, o, to jest to. Dokładnie, to słowo. Trzy języki stary to już nie jest łatwo, to już się pierdoli w głowie cały czas. Nie wiesz co jest 5. To już jest za dużo czasami. Czekaj, no to... To gdzie tu jeszcze coś jest? Czekaj, to jak kaczkę rzuciłem. To czyli mi została jeszcze tylko skrzynka z alkoholem. No ja tu nigdzie skrzynki nie widziałem, chyba że to ono to się dalej ciągnie. No. Nie no, mi się powiem ci super. Super pogoda jest dzisiaj znowu jakieś tam 33-4 stopnie. Teraz upały się mają zacząć w ogóle. Bo lato. Także super. Mi pasuje. Klimatyzacja w pokoju chodzi. Mam 23 stopnie. Kawkę se piję elegancko. Co prawda ta kawa droga, to rozpuszczalną piję Nescafe, ale... No ale i tak. Kawkę se piję, jakby nie było. Dobra, to tu jest ta skrzynka. To jest jedyny minus, że jak czasami wypijesz, oni to chyba spaczowali. Bo tu było coś takiego, że jak wypijesz... Almost smuggled room to sample. Że jak wypijesz coś, to mogłeś stracić cały ten... Cały ładunek albo coś takiego jest. Dobra, mucki per point. To czyli to nie jest tutaj. To jest już inne morze. Jezu, będę tak teraz tą rzucał tą kotwicę, nie wiadomo po co, bo nie mogę trafić w to gówno. Weź tą kotwicę, chłopie, podnieś. To będzie masakra. Z tą kotwicą. To tu coś może być. Tu chyba kaczka była, no. Tu będzie kaczka, tak. Kaczucha. Aha, to że tak można robić. Wtedy rzucasz kotwicę, puszczasz kaczkę, podnosisz kotwicę, tylko że to dwie akcje są w ogóle niepotrzebne. Można byłoby to w jednej po prostu wykliknąć helma i już. Ale Jezu, ale mi się to podoba. No, nie wiesz, ty w RuneScape'ie człowiek łódką pływasz. Ja pierdolę. Stary, to żadne rajdy, żadne molten core'y, żadne nic, co tutaj będzie, stary. Oni PvP będą robić na łódkach, to dopiero będzie jazda. Jazda jak trza. Kaczka zaraz powie kłak 3 razy i trzeba z nią zbierać. Wiem, że... No właśnie o to chodzi, no ja dlatego... Ja mogę... Zaraz będzie gdzie siara i się skończy dożywotne mieszkanko. Znaczy to się nie skończy, bo to już jest... To jest na słowo. A ja mu powiedziałem, że słowo droższe od pieniędzy, więc jak on mi tak powiedział, no to tak jest i tak będzie. I to nieważne, bo coś mi ten jego brat mówił, że no bo będziemy coś myśleć, żeby ten hotel to był tylko hotel, żeby wszystkich tych, co tutaj długoterminowo mieszkają, żeby tu nie mieszkali. Ja mówię, aha, no dobra. To wiesz, on ma mi zapewnić stary lokum w Paragwaju. I to nieważne, to nie ma być jakaś, wiesz, obskurwiała miejscówka, tylko to ma być normalne dla mojego standardu, białego człowieka z Europy, a nie jakieś tam lepianka. I on o tym wie doskonale i on by się nie ważył nawet, nie wiem, gdzieś mnie tam wrzucić do jakiegoś grajdoła, bo on wie, że ja potrzebuję internet i jak ja coś mówię, to ja to robię. A on jak coś mówi, to czasami Znaczy chodzi o takie rzeczy, że no nie wiem, to jutro tam pójdziemy, coś tam. No i czasami nie idziemy. Ale to jest jedno słowo jest takie, a drugie słowo jest jak nie wiem, na przykład nie, u mnie mieszkasz kurwa dożywotnio. To są dwie różne, wiesz, to jakieś tam planowanie, to u nich to jest takie średnie. Ale jak ci coś powie, że tak jest, to tak jest i koniec. Wiesz o co chodzi. Nie, no to ja wiem, że, ale co, no on mnie nie... Stary, ja nie mam nic do stracenia. Jak będę miał auto, jak się coś odwali, to ja nie mam w ogóle żadnych skrupułów wziąć mu tą budę podpalić, stary. No przecież ci mówiłem. Wpadam, e, zabieram rzeczy, rzucam mołotowa przez okno i mnie nie ma. I niech mnie kurwa szukają, ty. Kto powie, kto co, gdzie. Tu benzyna tania jest. Ile to? Stary, ty. To nie jest też. Tak jak mu zapewniłem to miejsce, tak samo mogę mu je odebrać. No, ja nie mam, wiesz, ani ja nie mam rodziny, ani nic, kurwa, mnie nie czeka w życiu, jak tylko kurwa, tutaj biznesy jakieś. A jak coś się odwali, to słuchaj, no zawsze można. No nie mów, że mi się łódka sklinowała, bo cię chyba... A nie, dobra. Ciebie to tak mówię, bo mówię, ale jakby przyszło co do czego, to nie bój się, ja se krzywdy zrobić nie dam już nigdy więcej w życiu. Bo już mnie Europa nauczyła. No skręcaj! No co ty gadasz, że ja tam nie wjadę tym? No nie gadaj mi takich rzeczy, że ja tam muszę raftem wpłynąć. Że to tyłem spróbujemy wjechać, o. Kur- Dobra. To tyłem, nie w tą stronę. Dobra, lecę seansy. No dobra, to trzymaj się, dzięki, że wpadłeś. Zawsze coś tam. Z dedykacją. Z dedykacją dla tego. Jak to było? Dla Karoliny. No patrz ty. No, to czym się? Miłego dzionka. No co ty mi piździsz? Co ty mi piździsz? Mhm. Dobra, to czyli jak tym tam nie wpłynę, to może z drugiej strony wpłynę. Mm. To startowałem. Mm.
And with the last of Gillenor's rare jungles, the Ape Atoll Jungle. As is to be expected from a jungle, it is filled with dangerous creatures.
Mhm. Charting complete. Navigation. Just one more thing to do. Okay,
Gillinor is home to many fascinating societies, each one possessing its own system molded by the area's culture and history. Some of these organizations are similar to each other, while others differ sharply, but they all have one thing in common: someone at the top steering the state's fate. Among them are larger-than-life characters, household names, and unsettlingly little-known individuals. And today you will learn about all of them as we explore the current rulers of Gillinor. Please note before we begin that during some quests, the player influences the leadership of some states. This video will only take into account the rulers in place as of the very beginning of a player's adventures, meaning it's spoiler-free. And without further delay, let's begin in no particular order. Actually, I lied. It's in alphabetical order. We begin with the primate realm of Apatol in the Southern Sea, led by the only monkey on our list, King Awuwuji, from his throne located southeast of the capital, Marim. He is a worshipper of the patron goddess of monkeys, Marimbo. And that's about it. Sorry, we know disappointingly little about this cute little guy. Next, we travel to our first mainland realm, the Kingdom of Asgania. This old human nation has its capital in Falador, where its head of state, King Valens, resides. Except maybe not. In fact, his current whereabouts are unknown and subject to conflicting claims. Some say the White Knights launched a soft coup and secretly seized power, while other accounts suggest they are ruling in his stead because he has grown old and ill. In any case, his past is almost as blurry as his current condition. Therefore, let's turn our attention to the one who actually holds the reins in the kingdom, Ceramic Vase, regent of the realm and leader of the White Knights. Ceramic Vase seems on the surface like a benevolent and competent ruler, but his past actions as regent reveal a darker, dictatorial side of him. 16 years ago, in the year 163 of the Fifth Age, not even a year into his regency, he unilaterally decreed that the Kinshra, which you may know as the Black Knights, were banned as a political entity in Asgania, which would spark much turmoil and a split in society. Prior to this decree, the Black Knights and White Knights had more or less equal political power in Asgania. Whatever one thinks of the ostracized Zamorakian organization, it's difficult to see Sir Amic Vase's decision as anything other than a self-interested and corrupt abuse of power. Allegedly. Please don't sue me, White Knight Order. Oh, and Sir Amic Vase recently adopted a corgi called Cerberus. No, not Cerberus, Cerberus. The kingdom has one known lower ruler serving under the king's banner. The northernmost part of Asgania, the Principality of Berthorpe, is under the leadership of Crown Prince Anlaf, the king's son and heir apparent. His father gave him the position as a way for him to get some leadership experience, preparing him for his future responsibilities as king. The prince appears to have done a good job so far, having strengthened the Berthorpe Imperial Guard and improved the palace to secure the realm against its hostile troll neighbors to the north. He has withdrawn from public life in recent years, with rumors claiming this is due to concerns over his safety following the increased political instability in the kingdom, as he would be a prime target for any enemy of the establishment. We now travel to the venerable Fremenic province, which is led by... well, it's complicated. You see, the various tribes and clans of this area are big fans of hating each other. As a result, there is not a single centralized power structure in the Fremenic province, and that's probably for the best. Instead, here's a breakdown of the leadership of all the disparate microstates it's composed of. Over in Relica, we have Brunt the Chieftain, head of the Fremenic tribe. We know he has a son, Armad Bruntson, and an unnamed wife. Besides that, he seems to embody the traditional Fremenic stereotype to a T. He doesn't get along with the Mountain Tribe and the Moon Clan, but loves a good drink. Relica also has a council composed of 12 members including the chieftain, but it is unclear what powers are relegated to the council. The only ones we know of so far are deciding to accept outsiders into the clan and banishing its members, with a majority of 7 members in both cases. Then we have the Mountain Camp, led by Hamal the Chieftain, head of the Mountain Tribe. He has a daughter named Aslave, who has tragically been missing for over a decade. Despite not getting along with the Fremenic in Relica, Hamal seems to hold similar views and values to them, if perhaps leaning more towards the traditional lifestyle of their shared nomadic ancestors. If one sails over to the Fremenic Isles, they will find the petty kingdoms of Yatiso and Natisnot, which find themselves at odds with each other at every turn, as the biggest-brained individuals might derive from their names. The eastern one, Yatiso, is ruled by King Gyuki Sorvot IV. One might call him an undistinguished leader if they wanted to spare his feelings, or if they wanted to be honest, a disturbingly appalling ruler so obviously unfit for the throne he would be easily outmatched by a goblin in an election. Since his ascension to the throne after the death of his father, King Gyuki III, he has made a habit of crippling his nation's economy and making the lives of his subjects miserable by taxing them to oblivion in order to fund pointless wars against ice trolls to the north, all the while simultaneously clashing with Natisnot, perhaps the only possible ally Yatiso could ever hope to have against the real northern threat. I cannot possibly imagine why many of its citizens have escaped the island after it was governed by this ill-tempered ignorant. Travel but a very short way west and you'll find yourself in Natisnot, where his cousin King Manis Burogar reigns. By all accounts, his character used to be akin to that of his cousin, until a most unfortunate event that left its mark on both his psyche and his kingdom. Not that long ago, ice trolls launched a raid against Natisnot. The island's honor guard proved unready for such an attack, and the trolls managed to breach and partially burn the city, mercilessly slaughtering many of its inhabitants in the process. Among the victims of this tragedy were two of Manis's closest loved ones, his wife and son. At least the king has made the best out of an unimaginably painful situation by becoming a wiser, better version of himself. According to his subjects, he is now a benevolent, kind ruler who has earned their support and respect. The king now believes the quarreling between Yatiso and Natisnot to be a pointless waste of resources that could be crucial in overcoming the ice troll threat. Here's hoping his cousin can reach a similar epiphany without suffering a similar trauma. Traveling over the waves some more leads us to Lunar Isle, where the Moon Clan resides. This tribe, the oldest human group to ever use magic, is overseen by its spiritual head, the powerful Oneromancer. Her history is an enigma, but you'll be lucky to find a Moon Clan member who will speak ill of her, and she comes across as a wise and benevolent ruler. There is little doubt that Lunar Isle is an almost uniquely well-managed and united part of the Fremennik province, despite being in many ways its black sheep, thanks to the Moon Clan's very pro-magical views, a singularly non-conforming stance among the island nations of the Lunar Sea. At the northwest of that very sea, we have the kingdom of Miscellanea on the island of the same name. This tiny nation is currently going through a bit of a leadership crisis. Let me explain. Currently, King Vargas sits on its throne. He seems to have had a long rule, as it was his decision to excavate the extensive underground network of the island to make up for the island's small size. A small bridge connects it with the island of Etceteria to the east, with which King Vargas has been in a dispute for some time. Perhaps because of the two nations' small populations and closeness to one another, neither side seems inclined to resolve this dispute through military means. Nothing out of the ordinary so far. So why is Miscellanea going through a leadership crisis, you may ask? Well, you may have noticed King Vargas has a little quirk about him. Not so long ago, he was turned into a Yeti, and his immense size now makes him unfit to rule. Apparently. Personally, I don't know why that's such a big deal, but nevertheless the king wishes to abdicate, but currently sees neither of his children as a suitable monarch, and cannot find a good regent for the realm. If any of you guys are ambitious enough, maybe make your way there. Who knows, with some luck, maybe you can adventure your way to nobility. Miscellanea's next-door neighbor, the previously mentioned nation of Etceteria, is ruled by Queen Sigrid. She has worked her way to the title by marrying into royalty, as she herself was born outside of it. Some may see this as an impressive achievement, but there is some evidence that she never intended to become queen in the first place. In fact, she believes her position to be rather boring, although perhaps that is to be expected, considering how small and unremarkable Etceteria is. Despite the ongoing dispute between her and King Vargas, she is seemingly open to dialogue with her Western counterpart, although the extent of her warmness to the idea is debatable. And finally, we have an easily overlooked area, Keldagrim, technically the capital of the Dwarven realm, but geographically within the Fremennik province's borders. Keldagrim is an immense and ancient underground city, built on both sides of the river Kelda over thousands of years by dwarves, and is today the race's most iconic settlement. Originally a monarchy, the city has been ruled by the Consortium, a ruling entity composed of the city's 8 biggest companies. On an unrelated note, this government gathers in the Keldagrim Palace, which is both a marvel of dwarven architecture and without a doubt one of Gilinor's oldest standing structures, its construction dating back many thousands of years ago in the Third Age. Here's a list of the current companies composing the consortium. Every single one of them is a mining company. The dwarves have a thing for mining. Their political power and influence in Keldagrim are directly correlated with the commercial success of the companies, and at present the Red Axe Company is agreed by all to hold the most sway over the city. Leaving the mainland and heading west, we wash up on the shore of Zaya, composed of 2 sprawling realms. The first one is the Kingdom of Great Korund. Despite its name, it is a republic, and has one of the most complex governments on Gilinor. Its structure is similar to a federal system. At the top is the Korund Council, composed of 4 elected councillors. Every year, a head councillor is rotated among the members, and once each one has been head councillor once, there is an election to decide the new council. Each of Korund's 5 cities acts more or less like an independent entity. The laws adopted by the council supersedes those of the cities, but outside of the rules decided on by the council, each house may rule its own domain the way it sees fit. Let us begin at the top with the council. Its current sitting members are Sophia Hughes, Kubek Onkar, Liam Orson, and head councillor David Andrews. There are many among this group who have been claimed to have some unsavory allegiances, but one should pay no heed to such unsubstantiated rumors. As for the heads of the 5 houses, we start with Lord Trobin Archaeus, by far the oldest of the list. It is said Trobin was taught the secrets of human immortality by the Tazakal, a powerful ancient race. Going against their will, he shared it with the rest of the citizens of Archaeus. Those mysterious floating figures you see around there, they once had human bodies, but were granted new ones more suited for immortality. Lord Trobin sits on arguably the greatest source of knowledge in Gilinor, has personally witnessed some of Korund's most legendary moments, and has been ruling his people for almost 1,000 years. While there is no guarantee of this, one may conclude he is likely a wise ruler, held in high regards by those who have been his subjects for hundreds of years at this point. The fertile lands of Hositius are led by Lord Kandur Hosidius. He has 2 sons, Artur and Pander Hosidius, born to his wife Elena, who also happens to be the sister of Shazian's leader, Lord Shiro Shazian, making him his brother-in-law. Kandur appears to be a well-liked figure in Korund. Speaking of Lord Shiro Shazian, he is arguably head of the house with the most power in Korund, as the Shazian army employs most Shazian citizens and is the main military and law enforcement body of the kingdom. Shiro inherited his position 4 years ago when his father died. Since then, he has made it a focus to continue Shazian's ongoing fight with the lizardmen from the Kebos lowlands. He is as much a ruler as he is a commander, and is never found far from his troops. Port Piscarilius is ruled by Lady Shauna Piscarilius, who looks like an unremarkable leader. That is, if you don't know her secrets. Shauna's father was by all accounts an extremely corrupt man who sought to enrich himself at the expense of his citizens at every turn. His daughter, on the other hand, is everything but. Secretly, she is the Queen of Thieves, a legendary leader of a gang calling itself the Saviors of Korund. This group has made it its mission to root out corruption and re-establish the rule of law in the kingdom. After trying and failing to cleanse the city of the deep-rooted corruption her father had allowed to fester, she asked for assistance from the Korund Council, but it is said they refused to help, being themselves accused of corruption. She then resolved to solve the problem herself by creating the gang. While her gang's methods are questionable, having been labeled as a criminal organization in Korund, there is no doubt Shauna cares deeply about her people and is willing to go to great lengths to make their lives safer and fairer. Great Corin's last and only dwarven city is led by Lady Volcana Lovacane. She is struggling with a well-known alcohol problem, and her poor assistant Jorah spends most of his days bringing her drinks, even during her official duties. All in all, not the kind of dwarf you want governing your city. Let us now scrutinize the largest mainland nation, Kenderin. In theory, Kenderin is divided among two monarchs. After the death of its previous ruler, King Althus Ardignus, the kingdom was split between his two sons according to his will, giving the eastern part to King Lathus and the west to King Tyrus. While the precise division of the realm is quite evident in the capital Ardoin, it's otherwise unknown where the division line is drawn. In practice, King Tyrus long ago embarked on an expedition to the west, aiming to annex new territory, and his whereabouts are currently unknown, as none of his scouts have been seen in a while in the only known line of communication with his forces, the treacherous underground pass. Therefore, his half of the realm is probably run either by local officials or by West Ardoin's city warder, Bravek. Bravek has been going through rough times lately. He is terrified of the plague currently hitting West Ardoin. Because of it, he constantly defers to the mourners when it comes to decision making, as he believes them to be more qualified than him to save the city. This is despite the mourners being subordinate to his authority. He has now taken to drinking to ease the stress of the situation and delegated most of his duties to the mourners. King Tyrus, who appointed Bravek when he adventured west, is a little-known figure. There is some evidence that he was more interested in adventures and conquests than actually managing his realms, although those are speculations on my part. Port Tyrus, on the continent's western coast, is named after him and was founded by his expeditionary force as an outpost beyond the Galarpos Mountains. Now the main course of this Kenderin dinner, King Lathus, Tyrus's older brother, and the ruler of East Kenderin. Lathus was a vain monarch who by his own admittance saw his father's realm as his birthright. He was furious when his father agreed to give away Camelot to the Knights of the Round Table, and became ever more bitter after King Althus's decision to split the kingdom in his will. Whether due to ambition or entitlement, Lathus strongly desires control over his brother's half of Kenderin. So much so, I bet he would be willing to employ some extreme methods to unseat King Tyrus, if the opportunity presented itself. Despite these less than desirable character traits for a ruler, there is little reason to believe King Lathus has done a poor job managing Kenderin, as under his rule, despite facing important challenges and looming crises, the kingdom has kept its status as one of the richest and most powerful realms on Gielinor. Some areas of Kenderin are independent, either officially or in practice, and have known leaders. For example, the castle of Camelot used to belong to Lord St. Clair, who offered it to Arthur and his knights when they came to Gielinor with the king's blessing. Both saw great potential to act for humanity's best interests in Arthur, who is now known as King Arthur, although his domain is limited to a castle and its courtyard. Arthur is a most fascinating individual. He and his Knights of the Round Table are the only known humans on Gielinor to have originated from other worlds. According to them, they hail from another dimension and come from one of its realms called Britain, although such a nation is almost certainly inexistent in my opinion. Arthur claims he and his men are taking up residence in Gielinor until such a time when Britain is threatened and they must return to save it. The most remote populated part of Kenderin is the Piscatoris fishing colony, which has little contact with the rest of the kingdom due to its location north of the vast and uninhabited Piscatoris Peninsula. The colony exists solely to profit from the monkfish trade and has a director that presumably leads it on behalf and under the authority of the crown. Herman Karanos is the current colony director. He has always been passionate about fishing, and apart from that, we don't really know anything about him. And that's unfortunate, because there is one thing about Herman that I find particularly curious and mysterious. In Herman's desk lies a book. The title of this book? Dionysius, a legend in his own lifetime. You may or may not know this, but Dionysius is the real name of the wise old man. The The book is an incomplete biography of its titular adventurer. How Herman has it in its possession, why he is interested in Dionysius, and what happened to the missing pages are all weirdly intriguing questions. The now almost empty village of Witch Haven also has its own mayor, the rather eccentric Eustace Hobb. But Witch Haven is such an insignificant settlement, its mayor is barely worth noticing. Only getting involved in some kind of plot to help monstrous creatures mind control humanity could possibly make this guy interesting, and that's a bit of a stretch. Within Kenderin also exists remnants of the once mighty Gnomish Empire, two independent pockets within the kingdom's borders. The southernmost one is the Tree Gnome Village, ruled by King Bolrin. Despite holding the title of king, he was elected by the village gnomes after his predecessor and brother, former King Bolri, abdicated. The abdication was imposed by the villagers after Bolri drew their ire due to accusations of being an accomplice of Glufri the Untrusted, a once celebrated gnomish hero who later betrayed his kinsmen, forever tarnishing his legacy. I promise you I will do a video on the gnomes and cover this very story one day, because trust me, it is all kinds of fascinating. But anyway, yes, King Bolrin. All evidence points to his fellow gnomes making a commendable decision in picking him as their leader. He appears to be a wise king who cares deeply for his people's safety. The main challenge he faces is the gnomes' unending conflict against the army of General Khazard, another interesting story that sadly we can't go over today. To the north, on the other side of Ardoin, lies the other gnomish realm, called something like Takir Priv in gnomish, but known to humans as the Tree Gnome Stronghold. Many consider it the capital of the Gnomish Empire, although it is not clear if Gilinor's gnomes even consider themselves part of a united empire anymore. At its head is King Narnod Sharin, a gnomish monarch with a warm attitude towards humans. While there are few scraps of information about him, his realm has obviously flourished under his rule. The stronghold is one of the biggest cities in Gilinor and is clearly doing well for itself. On the other hand, the king has recently been quite anxious about the Grand Tree, slowly dying to an unknown ailment. For the gnome's sake, let's hope this issue can be sorted before it's too late. The island of Karanja is rather inhospitable, to put it mildly, and filled with dangers often lurking just out of sight. It's no great surprise, then, that the island has yet to be united by any one power. Instead, it is dotted with various small tribes and villages with little interest in expanding beyond the relative safety of their current borders. To the very north of the island, west of its famous volcano, is the town of Brimhaven. Some may tell you in passing that it is led by Scarface Pete, the mysterious owner of the village's largest building. But in truth, Brimhaven isn't so much an organized community as much as it is a loose collection of pirates and gangs, with laws as loose as their allegiances.
Yeah!
Scarface Pete just happens to arguably hold the most power, for now. Venture south of Brimhaven, and soon enough you will reach the small tribal village of Taibu Wanai. Its leader Tim Fraku is generally cold and cautious towards outsiders, unless they are willing to show their usefulness to the villagers and prove to be no threat to them, after which a warmer reception can be expected. It's hard to tell how good a leader Tim Fraku is. However, he does have the rather unenviable task of being in charge of a village that can never expect to be fully safe on account of the dangerous jungle surrounding the area. Preventing it from growing too deep into the settlement is a daily struggle for its tribesmen. Yet the village seems to be doing relatively well considering these circumstances. While not a definitive proof, perhaps this is indication of competent management at least. At the very southern tip of the island, hidden deep within one of Gilinor's most inhospitable corners, lives one of the most secretive society to currently exist, the Rantuki tribe. This elusive nomadic group is led by Kangai Mao, or something, who, just like the tribe as a whole, is more or less a complete mystery. In fact, there is so little information to go on, I believe even speculating is a waste of our time. The tribe's only relatively near settlement is Shiloh Village. Unfortunately, its leadership is unknown to us at this time. There is one last Karamjan society that deserves a quick look. The Tsar, who dwell in their great city of Moral Wreck, deep within the Karamja volcano. This unique species is unlike any other in so many ways, most of them almost completely undocumented. This includes their culture, origin, biology, and unfortunately for us, leadership structure. I thought Moral Wreck deserved a mention as a clearly well-functioning city, with someone, somewhere, probably making decisions. Perhaps one day we will find out more about these living volcanic creatures. Getting away from a treacherous, mostly uninhabited island, we instead travel to the treacherous, mostly uninhabited Caridian desert, also too untamable for a centralized authority to control its entirety. However, it is host to many interesting settlements, the most well-known of which is without a doubt the Emirate of Al-Kharid at its northern tip. The emirate is ruled by the emir, a faceless, nameless monarch who no longer leaves his private chambers, on account of his old age and the emotional pain brought about by his son's kidnapping a short while ago. Only his loyal Chancellor Hassan is allowed to see him in person. The emir seems to care about Al-Kharid and its citizens. He wishes only for his missing son, Prince Ali, to take his place and be an adequate ruler once the time comes, which hints at the emir being a benevolent monarch. A short way south into the desert proper, one may run into the desert mining camp, where only the most unwise would dare venture. Its population is split into two groups, merciless guards and hopeless slaves. The one in control of this glorified prison is Captain Siad. Weirdly enough, the only reliable information we have about the captain is his deep passion for sailing. Head west from the mining camp until you reach the coast, and you will find yourself in the Bedouin camp, a small, temporary settlement for the nomadic Bedouin tribe, famous for their ability to survive the harsh desert and grow exquisite pineapples. Its leader is a man who goes by Al-Shabim. His name is the extent of what we know about him, as the tribe does not seek contact with the outside world. At the southern edge of the desert, we have two magnificent, well-organized city-states standing side by side as beacons of civilization in an environment so hostile to life. The beautiful Sophanum and the elusive Menafos. Sophanum, sometimes called the City of the Dead, has at its head the High Priest of Icthlarin, acting as both ruler and religious head for the Sophanites. The previous high priest, Clenter, died mere days ago. He was almost universally disliked by those under his rule, being described as a cruel and wrathful figure who would torture citizens for the smallest perceived slight. The bar is therefore quite low for his brand new successor. This new high priest's name is currently unknown, but they are already clearly friendlier than Clenter, and at least appear to be taking their new duties seriously. Unfortunately, fate seems intent on giving him a trial by fire. In just the few days he has been leading Sophanum, the city has been beset by terrible woes, falling victim to a plague and a great migration of crop-eating giant locusts, sending this proud desert society to the edge of disaster. Hopefully the city and its new high priest can rise up to these sudden challenges and avoid catastrophe. The plague has caused Sophanum to be quarantined off from its only neighbor, Menafos, on the other side of the river Elid. Menafos marks a conspicuous gap in our current knowledge of Gielinor. It is ruled by Pharaoh Chemesis, who is an enigma, just as his city is, although there have been rumors claiming the pharaoh has been acting somewhat unlike himself for some time. Perhaps there is more to this whole situation. Well, obviously there is. Jagex, please finish exploring this part of the lore. Menafos has always been a great big eyesore on the map, and I think it's about time to change that. The desert also boasts a city where life would probably seem lovely, were it not for its infestation of gangs and thugs. Nested between tall hills and the river Elid sits Polnivnich, which is ruled by Ali the Mayor, if only on paper. In reality, the city streets have long been a battlefield between the Polnivnich bandits and the Menaphites, two warring factions vying for local supremacy. Both are stronger than the forces of Polnivnich's officially recognized government, and likely would have seized control already, if not for their feud with each other taking precedence. The last desert settlement on our list is the city of Narda, the only populated area on the eastern coast of the Caridian Desert. Narda is technically ruled by Menafos, but has its own mayor, currently Awuza the mayor. There is limited information about Awuza, but he is well liked by the people of Narda, although it is often claimed he has yet to fully grasp the bureaucracy that comes with the pharaoh's oversight. He has been mayor for some time, but is now facing an unexpected difficulty. The city's water supplies have recently begun vanishing mysteriously. Hopefully the mayor's mystery-solving abilities outclass his bureaucracy skills. Humanity's most powerful nation in First Mainland Realm, Misthalin, is ruled by King Rold III and his wife, Queen Ella Maria, from their capital of Varrock. King Rold is the son of his predecessor, King Rold II, and a descendant of Tarlo Remanis, one of the original elders of the tribe that founded Avaroka, Varrock's original name. Among his subjects, he is broadly seen as a respected leader who has done much to keep Misthalin prosperous and stable. He is said to have had a fairly sheltered upbringing and was taught to read by Reldo, the Varrock Palace librarian. Some notable accomplishments during his rule include the renovation of the Varrock Museum, which is now one of Gilinor's foremost places of learning, and often quite useful to me when doing research for these videos, so thank you, Rold. He was also the driving force behind the creation of the Grand Exchange, which turned his realm into a global hub for trade and finance, at the cost of becoming a magnet for stinky adventurers. As with all fallible mortals, however, he has drawn some criticisms at times, mainly focused on his perceived weakness in standing up to other authority figures within the kingdom, such as the Church of Saradomin and our next subject, his wife Queen Ella Maria. According to the wise old man, Ella Maria was born outside of royalty, spending her early life as a peasant, and at one point working in the Blue Moon Inn as a barmaid. It's unknown how she became involved with Rold III, but her past makes her a beloved, relatable hero of the peasantry. Except not really. Not at all, in fact. Despite living much of her life as a woman of the people, it seems her new nobility titles have gotten to her head along with her crown. She is now known to look down upon lower classes, which for her basically means everyone in the world, and to have a hot-headed, impatient temperament. Even King Rold himself is clearly afraid of her, becoming more docile and walking on eggshells when in her presence. Misthalin has one known vassal under its monarch, Duke Horatio, leader of Lumbridge. While his title suggests the existence of a Duchy of Lumbridge, there is no reference to a greater Lumbridge area beyond the small town of that name. Both Horatio's life and rule are a bit of a mystery, and while he doesn't seem hated by the local populace, there are reasons to doubt his leadership, such as goblins roaming his domain and his castle being staffed by some individuals of questionable competence and integrity. Within the territorial boundaries of Misthalin, although politically independent, is the great underground city of Dorgeshkarn, dwelling place of the Dorgeshun, more widely known to humans as the Cave Goblins or the Lost Tribe. Dorgeshkarn has been a republic for much of its history, after a civil war concluded with a ruling council. The city has been isolated for millennia, and our knowledge of its peaceful, technologically advanced inhabitants is sorely lacking. We do know its council is composed of 7 elected members, one of which acts as head councillor. This position is currently held by one of the oldest Dorgeshun alive, Ortag, a seemingly cautious but wise leader. The other council members are unknown to us for now. Misthalin's eastern border is delineated by the River Salve, beyond which lies the realm of Mauritania, a land with a history as dark as its putrid landscape. Its ruler is the wicked Lord Lowerniel Vergidiad Draken, a true-born vampire and without a doubt the most historically significant individual on our list of rulers. As an immortal being, he has been alive at least since Gilinor's Second Age and has affected the course of history in ways few individuals ever have. His life deserves a video of its own, and no doubt will get one at some point. But for now, here's an extremely abridged biography. Lord Draken is from Vampirium, homeworld of the vampires. Before Gielinor was even known to his kin, he was already a powerful ruler in his own right, having risen through Vampirium society until he was strong enough to subjugate all other vampiric houses. Vampirium was at some point visited by the god Zaros, who played a large role in shaping the culture and values of the vampires, and fundamentally changed their civilization into a more organized and centralized society. Along with many of his brethren, he was brought to Gielinor by Zaros during the Second Age to bolster his troops, as the Zarosian Empire was Gielinor's uncontested superpower at the time. When the Zarosian general Zamorak began organizing a conspiracy to overthrow Zaros, Lord Draken backed him up, swayed by promises of titles and land, as well as his own growing discontentment with the Empire. After the plot succeeded, Lord Draken invaded Hallowvale, an ancient Saradominist kingdom. The invasion was a brutal, bloody affair, as he cared little for the life of his own troops, painting every death as a worthwhile sacrifice. Hallowvale was brought to its knees and became today's Kingdom of Mauritania. As its ruler, Lord Draken has had a history of attempting to expand westwards into human territories, but is mostly known for his cruel, heartless treatment of humans, as well as anyone else who displeases him in any way. He banished his own brother, Count Draenor, from his realm, and most of the population consists of humans treated as blood dispensers and slaves, living in repugnant ghettos. If there's one thing this video should teach you, it's that as a human, you'd rather be born anywhere that isn't Mauritania. Despite his enduring and absolutely deserved reputation as a tyrannical dictator, Lord Draken has not actually been seen in Gielinor for a long time, and it's believed he spends all his days in Vampirium. Other lesser rulers within Mauritania include Lady Verzik Vitter, who governs the castle of Ver-Sinhaza, which was previously the residence of Hallowvale's queen. She is a powerful vampire famous for her love of extravagant and violent entertainment, hence much of her domain being composed of the theater of blood. She became the Lady of Ver-Sinhaza as a reward for her valuable contribution in Lord Draken's invasion of Hallowvale. For much of her life, she has been domesticating Nilocusts, breeding them into ever bigger and more dangerous creatures. Now, there are two more regions of Mauritania I want to discuss, and they are strange specimens. First is Port Phasmatis, a small town filled with ghosts unable to reach the afterlife. Its de facto leader is the Necrovarus, a ghost himself, and part of a very small club, characters who originate from the Eastern lands, also sometimes called the Wushanko Isles. When the Necrovarus arrived in Port Phasmatis, the area was once a bustling hub reduced to a shadow of its former self under the rule of Lord Draken. The inhabitants were desperate for any kind of protection against the unending blood tithing imposed by their conquerors, and when the Necrovarus, a powerful sorcerer, offered to erect a protective barrier around the town, he became a bastion of hope on a hill of despair. He ordered the excavation of an area just north of the town, where a pool of slime was discovered. He then had a temple built around it and equipped it with the Ectophontus, a magic fountain that started radiating a malicious energy. The malevolent influence engulfed the town, creating a zone the vampires and their minions could not enter. The mage had fulfilled his end of the bargain, but his true intentions were revealed. All of this had been a scheme by the Necrovarus to use the town, its inhabitants, and the magical pool of slime for his secretive evil plans. The barrier consumed the lives of everyone within, and while it did repel the vampires, it also kept the ghosts of the deceased trapped inside. The Necrovarus also took on a ghostly form as a means to attain immortality, although the curse's effects are far less severe for him. Since then, Port Phasmatis has been a town of restless ghosts, stuck in the unshakable grip of the scoundrel who exploited the town's anguish to trick its populace into eternal purgatory. Our last Mauritanian area is the gloomy town of Berderat. Don't let appearances trick you. The area is inhabited by many humans, but has kept it a secret and hidden their existence for a long time, seeking to escape the tithing of its residents by Draken's vampires. The leader of the village is Elizabeta, a woman whose goal is for her fellow citizens to slowly gain their strength until the day they are fit to attempt the perilous trek through the Mort Mire swamp to reach Paterdomus, the holy temple on the Salve, where they would at last be safe and free. Now for an often overlooked realm of Gielinor, the Troll Country. Often confused with the Wintertot or Reddit, the Troll Country actually sits between the Fremennik province and the wilderness. While it's unknown how centralized this society is, by far their biggest city is the Troll Stronghold, a large underground fortress led by Cog. I would love to tell you more about him, but such information is difficult to come by. There is one area of Troll Country we know is independent, the village of Wace, the mainland's northernmost settlement. Founded by a tribe of ice trolls driven out of their ancestral homes, Waste and its inhabitants have remained isolated since. Their current leader is Mother, full name Mother's Left One, but don't think too much about it, who was also leader of the tribe when it relocated some decades ago. Mother is distrustful of humans, but seems decently well-spoken and diplomatic, at least by troll standards, although she does have a nasty habit of berating and insulting her fellow trolls when they make her impatient or disappointed. West of the mighty Galarpos Mountains lie the forest-covered expanses of Tiranon, land of the elves. Their long-standing isolationist tendencies and the immense geological obstacles separating them from the realms of man have turned them into legends among humanity, a large chunk of which do not believe they exist. Yet the learned scholars among us know otherwise. Tiranon has its capital in Privdinus, this world's oldest city, having been inhabited through every single one of Gielinor's 5 ages. That is, until recently. The elves are currently going through a civil war and crisis. For their entire history, their leadership had been divided among 8 clans, each electing a member of the Council of Elders, the ruling authority where all clan elders sat as equals. Over 2 centuries ago, the Iorwerth clan betrayed their kin when Lord Iorwerth ordered a violent takeover of Privdinus while its armies were distracted, trying to expand their borders eastwards under King Baxtorian, sparking the Elven Civil War. After King Baxtorian and his supporters failed to retake the city, the surviving clan elders performed a desperate ritual to revert Privdinus to its original crystal seed, taking away Lord Iorwerth's greatest asset. Henceforth, the Iorwerth clan's base of operation has been a military camp just south of the city walls. There, Lord Iorwerth has been leading his side of the civil war. Through all these events, his ultimate goal has been the summoning of an entity called the Dark Lord, as he believes it to be Seren herself, the ancient goddess of the elves. On the other side of this conflict, the Elven Resistance, composed mostly of elves from the other 7 clans, is holed up in the hidden village of Letia. They have long ago elected Arion Wyn Kadarn as their leader. Arion Wyn is dedicated to the Resistance cause, and his skills in archery are nearly unmatched. Only a bumbling adventurer who's in way over their head could possibly solve this bloody conflict and return the Queen of Gielinor cities to its former crystalline glory. But there is a corner of Tiranon so inhospitable and putrid, the elves don't ever scout or patrol the area. A tiny settlement has been calling this area home for decades. The village of Zolondra was founded by desperate and starving refugees from an expedition gone wrong. Fleeing from the elves, they crossed the swamp and camped southwest of it, only to be attacked by a monstrous sea creature, Zolra. Zolra killed many, but was ultimately appeased after one of the refugees offered her own son as a sacrifice. Since that day, there has been an understanding between the creature and the village, occasional sacrifices in exchange for peace. The village is led today by High Priestess Zulharsinka, the sister of the original sacrifice. As her title suggests, the rituals have taken on a religious character, and she takes her role very seriously. Blinded by her religious fervor, she is unable to conceive of an alternative for her people, such as, killing the damn thing. Let us now return to Zeah and examine its second great realm, the Kingdom of Varlamor. From its enormous capital of Civitas Illa Fortis reigns Zani Arkan, sometimes known as the Sun Queen. Her history is mostly unknown to us, but unlike many rulers we've seen, she is undoubtedly an incredible fighter, as it is said she had already become a champion of the Fortis Coliseum as a young princess, an impressive achievement. She married Servius, the Theokan of Ralos, meaning the high priest of the Church of Ralos, one of two gods in Valamor's main religion of Lozanium. They had a son together, their heir Prince Itzla Arkan. Alas, centuries of Valamor isolationism means we only have scraps of information about its leadership. This enigma extends west of the capital and below the mountain known as Ralos's Rise, home to the independent underground city-state of Cam Torum, last bastion of the Imkondo dwarves on Gielinor. That said, it seems the dwarves here have adopted their own identity, referring to themselves simply as the dwarves of Cam Torum rather than Imkondo dwarves. As for their leader, all we have to go on is a name, High Lord Katlo. Lastly, our final realm, often known as the Lost City, is Zanaris, Gielinor's moon. Did you guys know Zanaris was the moon? I didn't know until recently, and I feel like I should have. Anyway, it is home to the fairy race, whose ruler is the creatively named Fairy Queen. As of late, the queen has been weakening due to an unknown sickness, and a rather suspicious one if you ask me. While she is described as benevolent, there are shady characters in her entourage that lust for her power and wouldn't be above employing underhanded methods to acquire it. And that leaves us with nothing. We did it. We learned a little bit about every ruler in their domain. If there's a place whose ruler wasn't listed, that means either it's part of a bigger realm and doesn't have its own, we don't know who it is, or I missed something in my research. After all, I am great, but not perfect. Thank you so much for being along for the ride, and if you liked it, please consider tossing the channel a coin by liking, commenting, and or sharing the video. There is no better way to help out and show your support. If this one took longer than usual to come out, that's for a few reasons. Obviously there's the length, but also the fact that I've been on vacation for a few weeks in Victoria, British Columbia, which is now pretty much my favorite place, and also why this postscript sounds so much different than the rest, cause my audio setup is a bit different. So yeah, I haven't been working on this video as much as I anticipated. Instead, I've been out and about on adventures, here's some photos of that, and doing a super minute 3D puzzle of a Great War era German warplane for some reason. That thing looks dope though. Anyway, fascinating life stories aside, as always your time and support is greatly appreciated, especially if you made it this far. And if you're actually interested in that kind of random stuff, let me know, because I've been toying with the idea of making another more personal channel for Gielinor has many resources that can bring power and riches to those who possess them. Orichalcum, Zenites, and crystal seeds are just some of the well-known examples of valuable assets. But not all wealth is material. Arguably, this world's greatest treasure is in fact intangible: knowledge. Food is harvested, runes are created, and societies are built on the back of it. This is the Varrock Museum, one of this land's most valuable buildings, for it is filled with generations worth of knowledge, the lifeblood of civilization. This is precisely why so many adventurers come here and bask in its glorious, extensive, and freely available body of knowledge. Or is it? Actually, adventurers come here to do this for hours, then only ever come back to brag about their accomplishments to the museum staff. But I am here to rectify this affront to Gielinor's history, since you all deserve to learn about the wealth of information contained within its walls, and not at all because it was a chill video to start putting together while I was still on vacation. Allow me today to take you on a guided tour of the iconic Varrock Museum. The Varrock Museum has a total of 5 floors. I will spoil right now that floors 2 and 3 are going to be by far the main focus of this tour, as they contain interesting displays relating to countless facets of Gielinor's history, which are laid out in chronological order. But Before we get into that, I will give you a quick summary of the other floors so you know what to expect, but I believe they do not lend themselves to a guided tour like floors 2 and 3 do. So if their descriptions pique your interest, I suggest you head there yourself. The museum's first floor is the resting place of ancient artifacts found by archaeologists in the dig site. In this area once stood history's greatest city, Sentistan. It was the capital of the Zarosian Empire, Gilinor's biggest ever realm, for thousands of years until its destruction during the God Wars. It was later occupied by Saradominist forces and turned into Saranthium, a relatively short-lived but no less significant city. You will notice most of these finds feature Saradomin symbols, meaning they are more recent artifacts from the Saranthium era, while other ones have the rarer and older Zarosian symbols. While possible, it's unlikely that any of these items date back all the way to the Second Age, meaning most, if not all, of these displays are relics of the late Third Age and early Fourth Age. Now, let's head downstairs. The museum features 2 basement floors which, while certainly interesting, don't teach us as much about ancient history. The first one is the Natural History exhibit, where you will find some information about various creatures from all corners of Gilinor, as well as visual aids such as replicas and even animatronics, which I'm sure would leave any impressionable child in jaw-dropping awe, but I will let you give them a look in your own free time if you so desire. Heading further down into the deepest part of the museum, we find ourselves on the paleontology floor. It's unfortunately thin in interesting history and information. However, should you come across ancient fossils, I'm sure the museum staff would love to add them to this collection. Now then, let's head up to the main course. This is floor 2. As stated earlier, this floor features displays arranged roughly in chronological order detailing various facets of Gilinor's history. The sequence continues onto the next floor. This is where things get interesting. I will be going through these displays in order, one by one. The text accompanying each one will be shown on screen, and you're welcome to read them, but since that information is easily accessible, I will be providing my own commentary on the context and historical significance of the items shown. Let's get started. Display number 16. Oh, by the way, I don't know why these display numbers are all over the place. Don't blame me, I didn't number them. Display 16, an early map of Gilinor. We have so little information about the First Age that this is the only display to even mention it. Its description claims it is an estimation of Gilinor around the First and Second Age, when the world was still being shaped by the gods, although it's debatable to what degree Gilinor was even shaped by deities, rather than found and then disputed for influence. Display 28, the Staff of Armadil. This is a suspiciously accurate replica of the Staff of Armadil, one of Gilinor's most powerful relics. Its power is what allowed Zamorak to steal Zaros's power at the end of the Second Age, which would trigger the God Wars and Zamorak's own ascension to godhood. A very historically significant item indeed. Today, the staff is still in the possession of the Guardians of Armadil, which, to my knowledge, is the only group to still worship Armadil to this day. Display 31, a display of 3 god symbols. These are the symbols of the current age's 3 main gods: Saradomin, god of order, Guthix, god of balance, and Zamorak, god of chaos. This is the first display of the Third Age, also known as the God Wars, as all 3 played a huge part in it. Number 30, a terracotta statue. An old statuette representing the famous magical clay golems of User, a desert city that was unfortunately destroyed by a demon army during the desert campaign near the end of the Third Age. The inhabitants of User had achieved such a mastery of magical crafting that even today some of their creations are impossible to replicate. Number 19. Ancient archaeological finds. These are old items dating back to the beginning of the Fourth Age, after the God Wars had finally ended and Gilinor's surviving races finally had an opportunity to build or rebuild their own societies, free of the meddling of the gods. Number 20. A display of Robert the Strong in battle with Dragonkin. Right on the heels of the God Wars, a near-extinct humanity was terrorized by the Dragonkin race. Robert the Strong was part of a group of 4 heroes to attack the main Dragonkin base, ultimately ending the Dragonkin conflicts and ushering in an era of peace and prosperity for humans. Number 8. A display model of the Druid Stone Circle. The Stone Circle of Taverley is believed to have been built thousands of years ago by human followers of Guthix, the god of balance, as a place of worship. Number 29. A star chart. It's a star chart dating back to the early 4th Age. Not much more to be said about it, so let's carry on. Number 34. A map of the world. A map showing some of the first significant human settlements on the mainland in the first half of the 4th Age. You'll notice that Varrock is present on this map, but it is called Avaroka, which was its original name back when it was little more than a village. Number 24. The Shield of Arav. One of Varrock's most prized artifacts, the shield was one given to Arav, arguably humanity's most celebrated hero. According to legends, Arav's unwavering will and his shield are what allowed Avaroka and possibly all of humanity to survive against an ancient undead army from the north. Despite his tale being thousands of years old, and its accuracy being dubious at times, the tale is still widely known across human realms even to this day. Number 23. A display of 7 knights' helms. These helmets belong to Heroic to protect Mistalin against the invading forces of Lord Draken, coming from Mauritania around the mid-4th Age. These are the same humans immortalized as statues in the basement of the temple in Paterdomus, the very place where the evil from the east was ultimately stopped. Number 15. A map of Mauritania. Around the late 4th Age, humans attempted to found settlements east of the river Salve, dismissing the stories of old that spoke of great danger lurking deep within the Mauritanian marshes. All of these attempts would end in disaster for the settlers. You can still find what is left of these attempts in some remote corners of Mauritania. Number 6. A model of a bridge over the River Lum. The last display relating to the 4th Age. The bridge over the River Lum was built by Mistalin settlers, hence the name of the settlement they would found on its western side, Lumbridge. The town quickly grew in importance as a springboard to reaching other areas of interest for humans, such as the Caridian Desert and the island of Karamja. Number 21. A display model of the Runestone Essence rocks. The importance of these almost boring-looking rocks cannot be understated. The current age is the 5th Age, also known as the Age of Man. The dawn of that age, as well as the dominance of humanity on Gielinor, are due to the discovery of runecrafting, which allowed humans to harness the boundless power of magic. Since then, the realms of men have evolved at a mind-boggling pace and prospered beyond any historical standard. Number 7. Broken Arrows. This display's description is all about how men led by the Carnelian family, emboldened by their newfound magical abilities, conquered Kenderin, overthrowing its old evil leaders. This begs the question of what that has to do with broken arrows, but I guess the invasion must have been carried out with bows and arrows too. Runes can be expensive after all. Number 4. A Black Knight armor set. A set of armor belonging to the Kintra, more widely known as the Black Knights Order. Despite their current position as a banished, illegal group in Asgania, the White Knights and Black Knights historically had near equal political significance in the kingdom. This changed only recently, when Sir Amic Vaz became de facto ruler and decreed that the Kintra would henceforth be banned from the realm. Number 11. Infinity Equipment. This is a piece of magic equipment from the Mage Training Arena, established at the beginning of the 5th Age to give magic users of all levels the opportunity to learn about safety, an initiative which proved necessary due to the large number of magic-related accidents across human societies following the discovery of runecrafting. Number 17. A model of the observatory. The current observatory, located southwest of Ardoyne, is a restoration of the original one, which was built in the 4th Age by Scorpius, history's most legendary astrologist, and according to some accounts, the founder of its modern form. His craft was considered most unholy by many of his contemporaries, and his original observatory was destroyed. Even with today's knowledge and technology, its current iteration could only be built thanks to Scorpius's original plans being rediscovered. Number 25. Silverlight, the Demon Slayer. This is a replica of Silverlight, the legendary weapon wielded by humanity's first great hero of the 5th Age, Wally, who saved Varrock from Delrith, a powerful demon summoned by dark wizards 150 years ago. Its blade is said to be imbued with demon-bane magic, making it viciously effective against demonkind. Number 32. A depiction of a werewolf. Werewolves are a race associated with Zamorak. It appears they now serve under the authority of Mauritania's evil overlord, Lord Lorniel Draken. Early in the 5th Age, they spread through Mauritania, erecting the foreboding town of Canifis a stone's throw east of the Paterdomus Temple, at the area long ago known as Karil, back when it was a fortress on the eastern edge of the Zarosian Empire during the 2nd Age. Number 2. A display of weapons used by barbarians. The men we today call barbarians were originally members of the Fremenic mountain tribe. They have been opposed to the creation of runes for their entire history, believing it to be an affront to the gods. In the year 42 of the current age, they proclaimed a rune-crafting crusade and embarked on a violent expedition to destroy all access to the runic altars. As you can tell if you know anything about this world, they were ultimately unsuccessful. Number 5. Some weapons and runes. A second exhibit relating to the rune-crafting crusade. Some Mistlan warriors opposed the use of magic as well, and in the year 47 a group of them showed their support to the barbarian cause by destroying the mage training arena, although it would later be rebuilt into the one we know today. Number 1. A map of the barbarian village. While their campaign caused much bloodshed and damage, the rune-crafting crusaders were unable to fulfill their war aims. What was left of their forces made peace and retreated to an area on the northern bank of the River Lum, just west of Varrock. They intended to consolidate there and prepare for renewed conflict later, which thankfully never came. What is now the barbarian village is populated with the descendants of these crusaders, although today they are a slightly more peaceful bunch. Come with me to the 3rd floor, where the last few exhibits are located. Number 10. A gnome glider model. These ingenious devices are built and used by gnomes to travel great distances in impressive time. Not as convenient as teleportation, mind you, but definitely better than traveling on foot with low agility. Number 35. A display of Zamorakian symbols. The Order of Wizards, residing in the Wizard's Tower, used to have a policy of equal treatment and opportunity for all members, regardless of their beliefs and allegiances. This tradition was scrapped after an incident where Zamorakian members destroyed the Wizard's Tower 99 years ago. Allegedly. Ask a Zamorakian instead, and they will tell you the incident was instead caused by a ritual performed by Saradominists who refused to include Zamorakians with the appropriate knowledge and skills for the ritual, causing it to fail catastrophically. It's unknown which version of the event is accurate. Number 3. A display of an ancient tome. This book relates the history of the Dagon High, a Zamorakian order that once resided in Varrock, until they were banished from the city when the Wizard's Tower's destruction was blamed on followers of Zamorak. The order was scattered into small cells, and it is believed many of its members are still in hiding, either lurking in shadowy corners of the land or secretly living among us like true imposters. Number 46. A painting of King Lathus. Not much to add here really. It's a painting of the outrageously handsome King Lathus, ruler of East Kenderin. His crown does an amazing job enhancing his animal magnetism, as it helps cover his rather severe baldness. Rumors claim that looking into these eyes for too long can forever alter any man's deepest attraction and desires. Actually, I made that one up, but I mean... Number 9. Excalibur Destoned. This is a replica of the mythical sword wielded by King Arthur on his arrival on Gielinor, a man apparently so legendary and righteous that he was granted a whole castle in Kenderin by Lord St. Clair and his liege at the time, King Althus. What this weird otherworldly man did to deserve such a blessing from one of Gilinor's most powerful rulers has somehow been lost to history. Not that I'm jealous or bitter or anything. Number 47. A map of Ardoyne. Ardoyne was split in two according to King Althus's will following his accidental death during a hunting expedition. To this day, the immense realm of Kendron is divided among his two sons, King Tyrus and King Lathus, who rule over West Kendron and East Kendron respectively. Number 18. The Phoenix Crossbow and Black Arm Bands, the symbols of Varrock's most infamous criminal organizations. One of humanity's most prized artifacts, which we've already discussed, the Shield of Arav, once ended up in the possession of a group of violent Varrock thugs calling itself the Phoenix Gang. In the year 143 of the Fifth Age, the gang was caught in an internal struggle as many of its members mutinied. This crisis resulted in the looting of many treasures, including half of the Shield of Arav, which was split in two during the fighting. The rebellious members went on to create the Black Arms Gang. Even today, the two rival gangs are still engaged in a protracted war, waged in the shadows of dark alleys and lawless lands. Number 26. A human skeleton. 15 years ago, in the year 154 of the Fifth Age, Varrock briefly came under siege when an army of undead rose from the grave in the wilderness. Mistolin's capital was successfully defended in little time and with few casualties, thanks to their heavy use of magic to repel the invasion. Number 33. A set of armors worn by the White Knights. The White Knight Order is a household name in the realms of men. They are at the forefront of Asgania politics, but as we've discussed before, it was not always that way. Sir Amig Vaz banished the Kingshra, or Black Knights, from holding any political power in the realm entirely, which led to the current standoff between the two groups and a rift in society. Although if you've been listening, you'll notice this is the second time I bring it up, so let's move on. Number 14. A map of Edgeville. Edgeville's ancient name was Padewa, an old Zarosian town that was destroyed during the God Wars. Since the creation of Mistolin, it had only been known as Ghost Town, as it had always been abandoned since. King Rold II, current ruler of Mistolin, decided very recently to revitalize the town, and its name was changed to Edgeville, based on its location at the edge of the kingdom's borders. And last but not least, number 12, a mage arena guardian. Many vigils just like this one guard and protect the freshly rebuilt mage training arena. These magically infused sentries are said to be made of rune essence, the same material as runes. And that, my friends, was the Varrock Museum. I hope you enjoyed this voyage across Gilinor's history through the medium of its artifacts. Until we meet again, Godspeed, adventurer. Thank you, dear listener, for watching this somewhat unconventional video. If you like the channel, there simply is no better way to support it than liking, commenting and sharing it. The algorithm love that stuff. And I always appreciate getting you guys' feedback and suggestions. I'm back to my normal-ish production schedule, so hopefully next videos should come out in a more timely manner. Anyway, that's it for me. Hope you enjoyed. Don't forget to exercise and hydrate, and I'm out. Meridian Desert and used them as soldiers to overthrow the pharaoh. However, he did not make it. Old school RuneScape's 3 raids can reward the daring adventurers who survive them with great riches and glory, yet their own histories are anything but glorious. The chains of events that led to their existence are dark tapestries, drenched in the blood and suffering of the countless innocents whose lives were trampled, despoiled, or sacrificed on the altars of ambition of entities who would stand on the ruins of the entire world if it helped them reach their goals. Come with me on this journey as we explore the dreadful and depressing, but largely underappreciated stories of the famous Chambers of Xeric, Theater of Blood, and Tombs of Amascut, and unveil the monumental implications of their unfinished tales. A little over 1,000 years ago, Great Corund was ruled by King Shazian VII. He held an extreme interest in the Dark Altar's powers, and this obsession led him to perform experiments on his own citizens in the Tower of Magic that were often violent and cruel, which unsurprisingly made him very unpopular in the kingdom. At one point during his rule, the king wished to expand Great Corund's borders. To scout out the surrounding areas, an expedition was sent to the Kebos lowlands. Its primary focus was the exploration of Mount Quidamortem. The team never returned, and the expedition was officially regarded as a failure. Yet, unbeknownst to all but a few, the mission had resulted in the discovery of an unknown species of lizards, which the king believed held great potential as test subjects for his dark experiments. He had a cave secretly built on the western side of the mountain, where there was little risk of being discovered. There, an altar was built that acted like a signal booster for the Dark Altar's power, allowing it to be channeled far away from our chaos. Shazian VII's experiments, empowered by the unstable altar, led to the creation of the Lizardmen. They pleased their creator so much that he began making arrangements to have them mass-produced in secret. Only the king's most trusted men would have been in the know about this secret, and many believed that this was the trigger for what followed. Let me explain. The previous ruler of Great Corund had been King Hosidius V. During his time on the throne, he created an elite military unit only composed of the realm's strongest and most loyal fighters, the Elder Warriors. Ironically enough, considering what happens later, King Shazian VII, back then Lord Rickard Shazian, lobbied fervently for their formation and is credited as the reason they were created by King Hosidius V. Now fast forward to where we left off a moment ago. The Elder Warriors, possibly after having been made aware of the Lizardmen's creation and being deeply troubled by their liege's behavior, carried out a coup d'etat to dethrone Shazian VII. Although it should be noted that he had always had a very poor reputation among his subjects, so perhaps the timing was merely coincidental. Whatever the case, the operation was successful. The king was ambushed and killed. Curiously, his body was never recovered after the battle. But then, mere days later, a mysterious being appeared in Corund, a mage whose power was beyond what anyone had ever seen in the kingdom. He quickly began usurping the realm, referring to himself as King Xeric, and defeating all those who opposed him. Some noted his resemblance to King Shazian VII, and indeed today it is widely believed that the ousted king's body was carried away and resuscitated by his loyal followers or lizardmen, transferring his own spirit into a more magically potent incorporeal body after having learned the secret of immortality from the Tazakal, similar to how Lord Troban Archaeos would later discover and share it with the citizens of Archaeos. It wasn't long before Xeric had subordinated all of Corund and claimed its throne for himself, murdering the heads of all 5 houses to snuff out any hopes of a large, coordinated resistance. Before long, it was noted that humanoid lizards had begun acting as both his soldiers and spies, bolstering the ranks of his followers, and all but confirming that his rule would be imposed with an iron fist. The next 100 years of Corund's history were mired in tyranny, oppression, and violence. This period is aptly known as the Age of Strife. But even the worst nightmares come to an end. A century later, after every man who had personally witnessed the Mad King's arrival had passed away, Xeric's luck would run out. There was in the kingdom a common man called Burn. We don't know much about his past, but he likely originated from Hosidius, since he was a farmer. One day, while Burn was working in the field, he saw a child getting murdered by a lizardman god. The event ignited a fire inside of him. Whatever it took, life could not be allowed to continue like this. Burn attacked the lizardman, and as the townspeople began gathering around the murder scene, they saw him eliminate the stronger and bigger opponent, a lizardman, one of the very symbols of their lifelong oppression. Burn addressed the crowd, urging them to unite and rise up against the tyranny of Xeric, and the flame of resistance spread like wildfire. Within days, Burn was at the head of a massive uprising on a scale never seen in Gillenor's history, leading a revolt that hunted down Xerican forces in every city of the realm. In the north, the rebels successfully destroyed the huge Dark Altar temple, greatly reducing Xeric's power. After only 7 days of fighting, the tyrant's armies were in tatters, and its remnants had been pushed back west beyond the Mulch River into the Kebos lowlands. The weakened mage and his remaining servants traveled to Mount Quidamorden, which their master was already familiar with. His loyal artisan, Tecton, started building a large underground base worthy of his liege's power and ambitions. And thus, while Burn was being crowned the new king of Great Corinth, in the west was beginning the creation of the Chambers of Xeric. Xeric fostered a religious-like cult of personality among his followers. At the top of its hierarchy was a position personally handpicked by him, the High Priest. At the time of his exile, the title was held by one Vaza Nisterio, his powerful and trusted advisor. He had been a magical prodigy from a young age, and was known as an incredibly gifted sorcerer. Early in the chamber's excavation, strange crystals were discovered within the mountain. Vaza personally investigated them, quickly realizing they may have held the kind of magical abilities that Xeric sought from his experiments. So fascinated was he by the crystal's properties that one day, while he was deeply focused on studying one, a portion of the roof collapsed right above him. He was crushed by the giant rocks, and the sudden distraction shattered his concentration, dissipating the spell that bound his soul to his incorporeal body. His untethered essence interacted with the rocks and magic crystals within, fusing them together and giving him a new form. He could feel the rocks and shards reacting to his essence, and he quickly learned to control this new body and the potent magic it contained. Through this accident, he had unwittingly managed to wield the cave's powers for himself. He returned to Xeric's other followers with this new form, but they were terrified of him. But it seems the events of the day had warped his mind. He thought they ought to be scared, for he had the power to destroy them at a whim. A thought came to him. He was Xeric's high priest. In this form, however, he was no priest. He was a god. And if Xeric could not recognize him as his better, he had no use for him. Xeric did not entertain this idea, however, and the two sorcerers fought. But even in his new form, Vaza was unable to best Xeric. As punishment, a curse was put on the former high priest. 4 of the crystals he loved so much were put in a room, and he was bound to them, making him unable to leave the room and turning him into an unwilling guardian of the chambers. He is fated to remain in this room until either he gets killed or until enough centuries pass that Mount Quidamorden crumbles around him and his essence is finally scattered like ashes in the wind. Tecton was undeniably one of Xeric's most loyal servants. He is said to have always been an unusually strong man and had a gift for constructing incredible buildings. It's unknown when he began serving Xeric, but during his rule he erected many grand temples dedicated to the worship of his master. He must have also been a skillful magic user, as it is said he built clever buildings with magic in the walls. When Xeric was exiled, Tecton followed him to Mount Quidamortum. He quickly realized the power contained within the mountain's crystals, and it appears he was the only one to fully understand how they functioned. He built a temple at the top of the mountain that allowed the crystal's power to be focused and utilized with ease, quote, without needing to be as clever as Tecton. Xeric was pleased with the newfound strength the temple gave him. Tecton excavated and built the chambers, wishing to fulfill his master's desire to extract more crystals and have specialized rooms where he could perform experiments. Eventually, Xeric's satisfaction with the temple soured, as many of his servants began harnessing the crystal's power for themselves. Vaza's betrayal after assuming his new form may have been the straw that broke the lizardman's back, but in any case, Xeric one day had had enough of his followers usurping the mountain's power and told Tecton to destroy the temple. Tecton obeyed, but left it mostly intact so that it could be fixed later, were his master to change his mind. With the temple disabled, Tecton tried to teach Xeric how to tap into the crystal's magic himself, without an external catalyst, but Xeric was unable to wield the cave's power like Tecton did. The latter theorized his master did not understand the crystals to the same extent he did. Xeric was displeased by these developments, and likely saw Tecton's mastery over the crystals with bitterness and deep suspicion. One day, Xeric told Tecton he was going to be rewarded for his years of loyal service and promised him immortality. He made him a new body built out of cave rocks and metal and had Tecton's soul transferred into it. Tecton's old body was destroyed, but of course he was not worried. He had a brand new one that was superior. Xeric brought Tecton to his anvil. He cast an enchantment on it and taught his follower how he could use it to repair any damage done to his new body, effectively making him immortal, but only as long as he could use the anvil to rejuvenate himself. Tecton marveled at the incredible strength of his new form and how it was
all good, bro.
completely impervious to ranged and
You
magic
enjoying
attacks.
new update? Because I'm absolutely buzzing for it. Wait. Yup. Yeah, I'm 55. I just want to get 56, and I'm doing some charting now. That's some crazy stuff in them crates all over the place. Ah, you've not tried it. I literally came back to OSRS, and I even got the members. I only had like members once for a month, so I really wanted a game like Pirate MMO or something like that, you know, Age of Sails, and there wasn't many of them actually. And then when I heard that OSRS is getting that, I was like, okay, that's my time to play the game actually, because like with 1 month I'm still a noob technically. So even though I've been playing around with RuneScape since 2007, I've lost 3 accounts to hackers. I managed to get one back, but it was already turned into a bot. The name was changed and everything. 2 others I couldn't get back, and I think that's my 4th or 5th account. But I was just dabbling with it, free to play and stuff. And then like half a year ago, or 7, 8 a year ago, don't know. I bought 1 membership for a month just to, you know, explore a bit, but I didn't really stick in because I had no time. So I did few quests, I got lost, I was just, you know, didn't know what to do, where to go, because it was so much stuff. And now with the sailing, I decided I'm coming back. Let's drink this, because we have to drink stuff to get the charts done. So let's see what's that gonna do to us. Refreshes you, and it doesn't taste like we're supposed to drink it. Okay, so nothing happened then. And yeah, and I think that that's the update for me, because I wanted to explore the map, and I think the best exploration method for the map and then learning the map and land masses in the game would be definitely sailing for me. Because now I literally memorized everything around like Remington and Aberdeen and Caterby and all that. Now I know it. Before I was like, I know there is some teleports, I don't know where they take me, all that. I don't have fairy rings as well. I've not finished that quest, and I've not finished the pirate quest from Recipe of Disaster. Yeah, exactly. And I just been to like Variamore and all that stuff, but I didn't know where the hell I am really. So I was just like lost all the time. And now when I'm sailing, I actually know where I am. Just like cool. And then I was just watching some lore based on the raids and stuff like that, because I like the lore, and I wanna know what's what before I like jump into it. I need to get my bearings on it, but now I'm just charting and just like going around stuff. Why my run is like red, I don't know. My stamina's been drained from the previous one. So let's drink the next one. You sure you wanna drink it? I mean, yeah, don't ask me again. Yeah, okay. So it just hit me once. I can take it. So yeah, I finished the Barracuda Trails, even though I kinda enjoyed it at first, but then it was just like grind and tedious, and it's not kinda my style of gameplay. Although I like forestry, I only discovered it like yesterday or day before, and I wish I knew about it earlier when I was free to play. I don't even know if it's possible to do it while you're free to play. But yeah, I wanted to go for this. That's another trials for level 55s. But when I go into it, I need what was it? Some kind of a station. I checked it before. Oh, inoculation station. But for that, I need some bombs. I don't know where to get that. So I'm gonna leave it for a while and just go charting and exploring. But yeah, I honestly love that update. I got myself a members for a year, and let's do it, bro. Let's go. I mean, ideally, I would like to play on this one, but it's not necessarily possible. Not all the times, because there are certain waters, dangerous waters, that you can't see. And it's a bit buggy as well. It's like when there is more boats in your cone of vision, then the weird stuff happens and it might crash actually. But that would be nice having it like that. At least now we have a choice. We can use the old version like that, which is when did is there like a command or something where I can check how I've only killed the free to play Obok? Yeah, I would like to check how long I've been playing on this character, but I don't know how to do it. View history? No. There should be something like, I am from Poland. I speak Spanish a bit as well, I'm learning. I'm doing Duolingo streams every day. Duolingo Spanish and English. And I live in South America somewhere. So just I know I got accent, and I'm not gonna lose it because I like it. Been living in UK for 7 years, and I never got the British accent because I didn't want it. Didn't want it to. So yeah, yeah, man. It's the best place to be. I got internet better than I I ever had, which is crazy. Like, third world country has better internet than Poland or UK combined, I would even say. Right now, it's a third month. Still waiting for my stuff to get processed, but yeah, I got time to play actually. Life's cheap, weather's lovely every day. So, how did I end up here? Just decide that I don't want to be in Europe anymore, I guess. It's like, screw Europe. I don't want to be in the rat race all the time. Oh, good job I had my anti-potion with me. And yeah, been working 7 years in. I've been working 7 years in UK. I've been working some time in Poland, but it wasn't the best, and I just went for UK instead. And after that time, I just decided I don't want to be either in UK or in Poland. It's better than the rest of the Europe, yes, right now, but it's usually history likes to repeat on itself. When Poland is good, then there's a war, and yeah, I just don't want to be there. I don't want to die for politicians and do all that stuff, you know what I mean? Yeah, screw them. I'm not doing that. So history goes in cycles, and I don't want to risk it. And I have nothing to, kind of got my family there, but they can come over here. I'm organizing that as well. So yeah, like, nothing holds me there. Everything pisses me off there. So why I should even bother? Hey yo, Scandinavian friend, good to have you, bro. And you're still in Norway then, yeah? I mean, Norway isn't that bad. Sweden is bad, right? With all the migration, no-go zones and stuff like that. Norway is set. You only make loads of oil and you don't burn it yourself. Wise country. Wise politicians in a way, I would say. Too socialist for me, but you're doing good. No, obviously they can't. Like, European Union thinks they can save the world, but China and Africa does something completely different and they don't care. So it's like, why? That's why I'm here. Like, why should we even care? Just like, leave, let them play their games. I don't want to be involved because there's nothing I can do and there's nothing you can do. So why bother? So that was my attitude. Like, I couldn't stay any longer in UK because UK was just lost case and there was no freedom of speech or anything. Even though I didn't really care about that, but what's that? But somewhat naive. Yeah. It's like when people have good lives, they don't believe the rumors of it can be bad or something can happen because they have good lives. So there need to be something bad happening, really bad, and then people start think, but then it's too late, and that's something I don't want to. So another thing why I left Poland, because when I was starting my my work, you're a teacher, anything, but the system's kind of bugged in the end, in a bad way. Yeah. So every system is like glitched in a way. Some places worse than the others. But that's the thing. Like, I left Poland and I came here because when I finished school and started working, thanks for a follow, bro. When I started working, I got there was the same guy was prime minister that is right now, Mr. Screw him Donald Tusk, and basically what he did, he told all the young people in back in the days that you're gonna now work for a new new retirement scheme. He started new retirement scheme because the old retirement fund was for him was endangered, or something could happen to it, or it wasn't like the perfect, so he just started new fund for all the new people that started working. It was me, and I worked for 2 years, and after his time in the government finished, run out, I morphed into a banana. How cool is that? Yeah, lovely. Castaway. Bro! Castaway. That's from that movie, right? I've not even noticed he was there because I picked something up. Don't worry, friend. I'll get you back on dry land. Wow. I love this game so much. So yeah, by the way, when I worked and all my money went there, and then his term finished, that thing was closed down and all the money was gone. Everyone was saying, "Oh no, they transferred it back," but then he finished his term and he ran away to Angela Merkel to European Union to be a doggy there. So, and I just hated that people in Poland voted for him now and he's a prime minister again, and like they have no recollection what happened like a year ago, and let alone like 4 years ago or 16 or 6 or whatever. People are like chickens. Yeah, so I just like, I'm not gonna be there. I'm not gonna pay taxes for him. I don't wanna do anything for that government because that government was already ruling. And if I can remember that having like over 30, why all the older people do it? It's like, I'm gonna let you guess. It's the heart of South America. Like Poland is heart of Europe. And then the other thing, Poland is printing money for this country, which is another fun fact. Oh no, that's too dangerous. Even though it's a neighbor, but I'm saying it's a heart of South America. No one really knows of this country existence, so I'm happy with that. Population is small, even though there is some questionable people of German origin here. A bit lower, a bit south to it. Yeah, there's loads of German people here. No, south of Bolivia. Exactly, you don't even know. You're a teacher. That's so good. Like, I absolutely love it. That no one knows. Okay, so you got only one last chance, but don't say it. Don't say it in chat, please. You know what it is. It's south of Bolivia, and it's literally between all the other countries you said. Yes. Good job. So yeah, that's where I'm at. And I absolutely love it, man. So good. People are lovely. Weather is lovely. 300 days of sun. Population 7.5 million. Country is bigger than Poland. I don't know how much bigger, but like bigger. That says it all. it has population of Czech Republic, but the country is as big as Poland, bigger than Poland. So yeah, not many people, although 12% are Germans. I mean, that's just another reason why I'm here actually. So I'm not gonna leave another country for them, you know. I know them. No, easy. 1 week you can get residence, and I can sort it for you if you want. Cause right now I got some friends here, and yeah, come over, bro. Come over. They need teachers here as well. You can teach English. You're gonna say you're a Viking, so they're gonna love you. They love Vikings here. In general, in South America, it's like Vikings. I had a hairstyle like, you know, Ragnar Lodbrok. And people just look at me like, oh, you Viking? Like, no. Oh, 1 year. Okay. Have to bring her to bald. Okay. But you have a beard at least, I'm guessing. If you got beard, that's good. You can be a Viking. You can be bald Viking. Pachi, only one mustache. I mean, if you make it Viking enough, mustache can be a good one too. Yeah, it's good. I mean, living here is way cheaper than in Europe. Like, if you can make it way cheaper, but like depends on the standard you want. Obviously. But yeah, I would say like having 300 days of sun guaranteed every year, and you don't worry about heating, don't worry about stuff like electricity bills, because this country has the cheapest electricity ever on the planet, I would even say. So you can do whatever you want with that knowledge. Also, I'm not even like starting to mention about stuff like, you know, self-defense equipment, which you just go and get checked in 15 minutes and you can get it. There's separate license for like if you want to walk with it, but everything is doable here as long as you got some money and you know a bit. How do you solve it work-wise? At the minute, I'm unemployed. I'm waiting for my documents, and there are actually things in motion right now. It's gonna be more like a business kind of thing, because working here, to be honest, that's you don't want to work here as a employee. You wanna be the guy who's doing something. So, as in like, you know, your own business kind of thing. So we're waiting for some meetings and stuff like that. Let's say me and my partner, we got hotels, like, let's say it's a hostel business, or voting. You know what? No, actually no. You just I was planning to start Bitcoin mining operation, to be honest, because with electricity that cheap, you can do it for a fairly long time. Even with the halvings, I would need to think about it more, like calculate it. But yeah, don't know. For now, how much you need to live. So if you're like me, alone, you would get, let's say, a room. And I'm talking about capital city. very center of the capital city, near all the ministries, near all the presidential palace and all that stuff. I'm talking like $250-300 renting a place, like apartment. Room is cheaper obviously, but like small apartment or flat, like 300, 350 maybe 400, depends where and how, dollars. So that's like 300. I've been here already. So yeah, like 350 euros, 400 euros a month for a place to stay, and then let's say 300 for food, and that's it. It's like, oh, unless you got like bills and stuff, but bills are really cheap, like $20, $30 maybe. If you pay the bills, if you got bills included, then you don't pay the bills. At the minute, I'm living in a hotel with my friend, and yeah, it's cheap. It's way cheaper than it's. And I'm saying again, that's a capital city, and you live like on the province in Poland. You would pay the same for. No, you would actually pay more. Like 12 kilometers away, 10 kilometers away from the main city, in my province in Poland, I would pay 2,500, which is 4 times 4, so that's 500 euros just for a really bad quality, like two room flat. I mean 1 room flat actually, because you got kitchen, little bathroom, and 1 room. So yeah, and then with like your wage, you need to have a girlfriend or someone. You need to live with someone to be able to afford it. So yeah, here if you would halve it, you would live on a very good position, I would say. And then you said you have a girlfriend and a little one, so for $1,000 here, so that's even more than, so euro is stronger. So 2,000 euro is something like what, 3,000? No, 2.7. So yeah, so halve it and you can live here comfortably. Ideally, if you have like if you can do online working and remote jobs, or if you got any, if you can do anything, like I would have to do online then. Yeah, you can do that. You can offer yourself for the local pay. You could like offer yourself here as a part-time, to help the kids learn English, for example, out of your own goodwill, because you could do it, for example. But then you would get some money of that, obviously, but not like full time. Ideally, having a business here is really good thing, because you can do anything here, and then you don't pay taxes when you have business. You almost don't pay taxes. You don't need to. You can just live off everything, and the best thing is you can deduct your VAT from everything in this country. Everything. So clothes, food, because if you don't have clothes, you can't have a company, because you're gonna go naked. If you don't have food, you can't be a businessman, right? You can't have a company, because you need to eat, you need to drink, you need to have what's it called, like medicines if you're ill, because without the medicines you're not a businessman, right? So everything here can be tax deducted. So yeah, I just pay it now because I still have no company, but I spend, if you really want to know how much I spend daily for like food and stuff, I pay right now in the place I found $3. So let's say €4 for 2 dinners. One I eat there and one I bring with me, like full dinners ish. So €4, and then another €4 if I go like buy some water, buy some stuff, just like, you know, crackers, something sweet. So let's say I spend €10 a day. And that's like, but not every day, because when you buy like, you know, 3 liter bottles of water and then have some sweets or something, you know, then yeah, man. And I'm not even saying about stuff like alcohol or cigarettes, because that is just a joke. Alcohol is a bit more expensive in comparison, but like cigarettes, if you smoke, which is bad, but like if you smoke, then you can have a pack of cigarettes from like, yeah, Serbia. I wanted to go to Serbia, but yeah, I bet, because I went on a trip. Dakar I have on my channel. I deleted my YouTube channel. Then I needed to start a new one because yeah, long story. But I've been my last trip in Europe was going to Croatia. I wanted to go through all the Balkan states, but I went through Croatia and I was wild camping in Croatia. So you can imagine that all the countries on the way, the wild camping was illegal. But um, but I didn't know about it. So I was just doing it. And then in Croatia, when I read about it, how much you can pay a fine, like 300, 400 euros for a day that you are not camping in a campsite, then I just like panicked a bit and just started coming back. So I did. I spent 21 days basically just like living in a tent trailer and a tiny car, 24 just 24 brake horsepower. So okay, I did that. And that was my like, okay, so if I can do that in Europe and live like that in a trailer, like a Jeepo, that means whatever bad's gonna happen in a capital of a third world country, it's not gonna be as bad as sleeping, like, you know, being like a homeless person basically in Europe for a, you know. So, and it's not even, so yeah, you know what I mean. And since then, I don't know, the only problems that there was here, one day my friend forget to pay or he paid not enough for water, like $2. He didn't pay enough, so they cut off the water for like 24 hours. But like, bro, I just been on a trip. I've been showering in the lakes, bathing in the rivers, and using bottles and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, 24 hours without water is no problem. And the other thing is we got another hostel. He's got another hostel, so there was always place to go if you need it. There was like one day without internet, but that was before I started streaming. Yeah, it's all perspective, exactly. So I've been through worst, and now I'm just like, you know, I don't care. I can be here, I can be there, I can be anywhere, as long as I have my laptop with me and some internet, electricity, which is no problem again here. You don't need heating. You don't. If you don't need heating, so much things you can do with the money you would put for the heating. And I know for a fact, like, heating in Poland is a big deal. It's a big chunk of people's wages. Electricity is a big deal, and then it's like staying there in just in general, like after the thing in Ukraine started, right? So everyone blamed the Russian guy. So yeah, whatever. It's like another way for the rich to get richer, right? Just put the prices up so everyone else gonna pay more. And yeah, you deal with that. I'm gonna go somewhere else. So yeah, that's my story. I think I said enough, or even too much. But yeah, and also like I don't know how old are you, but like I've noticed a thing when you cross the magic number of 30, you start giving less F's about everything. You just do stuff you wanna do, and oh, you're 31. I am 31 now, so I'm gonna be 32 soon. So yeah, you bought grandpa's home sometime. Took care of him. Yeah, lots of people thought that was strange for doing living when it's one other partner. Yeah. I mean, you did the right thing. Like that, you did the thing that that was normal in Europe always before the pension system, the state pension. The family was working like a family would. The youngs took care of the elders, and there was no homes for the old people, and that's the system that functions here. There is no retirement here, and everyone takes care of each other, and it's like, yeah. And now you know what happened in Europe. Like, oh yeah, I got retirement. I don't need kids. I don't need to care about anyone. I can just do whatever I want. And that's wrong, man. That's really wrong. Even though I don't have a family myself yet, but I just don't feel like living in those kind of conditions. Yeah, you literally have no meaning whatsoever. While my time in UK, I was just like, for for the first for like first year, I had the goal, like, okay, I'm gonna make money. Then I had few things going on, and it's like obviously like women as well, but it's just then I'm just like, yeah, as soon as I'm going to work every day and making money, then I can do whatever I want. I did whatever I want, and then later I just hit massive depressions and stuff like that. I couldn't stay there longer than I was because it was just bad for me, really bad. It's all self-improvement, no family oriented. Yeah, it is bad, but like in general, if you can improve your life a bit, but then you need daily habits, and that's if you don't have daily habits, you like good habits, then you just, what's that? Shows. Um yeah, you just get kind of lost in it, in like going to work, coming back from work, doing the same stuff. Meaningful relationships, yeah, exactly, not BS. So that's why I'm here again. No, in a way, like, it's way easier with women here, but then on the other hand, they are more dangerous. It's nothing like in Europe, man. It's like killings for because someone was jealous. That's normal here. So you need to watch what you're doing, really. Like you have your missus and a kid, so that's different. But like I'm saying, if it's different, it's way different. And then obviously being gringo here, doesn't matter from where, as long as you're white. It's like they look at you a bit differently. You got You had better chances with them, but usually it's like they want something for it, like everywhere with women actually. But you know, then it's more prevalent. Not every time though, but yeah. Some lighthouse. Yeah. So going back to habits, Thomas students shit all the time. This does not mean Jason school subjects is a good person. This can help. Yeah, exactly. So that's like little things, like even doing my daily Duolingo for an hour. So that's one habit. Then exercising is another habit, because when you exercise your brain, you need to exercise your body as well, at least a bit. Because if you don't go forward, you go back. That's okay. This time I got something good. I speak English as my second, and Spanish, which I'm still learning. I can do a bit Russian. I can read like a 5-year-old, but can read nonetheless. But what else? Now I'm gonna learn, after Spanish, I'm gonna learn Guarani, which is the local here. And that's nothing like any Latin-based languages. So yeah, I think 3, 4 to be languages with your native one, that's good enough. There's lots of people who don't speak the single one good enough, not let alone like, yeah, just go Duolingo, bro, and pop in every day around, what's your, yeah, so what year, what age are your students then? What kind of age group is it? Ah, okay, so like super young. I mean, maybe not super young, but like in that age, it's hard to make people, you know. It's even harder later, but I think the younger than that, those are the people that you can actually shape into something, because they want to listen. Unless, like, it all depends on the background as well. But let's just drink it. I feel slightly dizzy. Okay, but it's good. It's good. It's nothing bad. Yeah. If you're like a superhero for them, they will treat you seriously. If you're like a clown for them, they would never. You know, it's people are simple, really simple, and the younger you are, the simpler you are as well, to maneuver and to make you do stuff that other want you to do. So I think like there is multiple age of reasons, you know what I mean? So like the first one is like 16 to 18, but then like 24, and I would say the third one, the real one, is after 30. When it hits you, you have 3 now in the front, and then you're like, okay, and then you start thinking about everything, what you've done so far, and how could you make it any better. And it's like, it's terrible, man. Soon we're gonna be 40 and then 50, and oh my god. But yeah, at least I want to do all the content from old school RuneScape before I die. That's one thing. I really want to do it. Because I've learned my English. I've learned from old school RuneScape, from RuneScape 2, from 2007 miniclip edition. You know miniclip. Back in the day, Flash games. So yeah, that was how I managed to buy GFs at like 7, 8 years old or something like that. And then I was just going around the world because I was free to play. I had no money to pay for membership. I was just doing examine, and I was examining everything. What I can see, I was just clicking right click examine, and I was just reading the text, not speaking English. I've learned English good enough, and then later playing other games, that when I went to school, all the teachers always at every lesson it was like, you go to the back because you know everything. We don't need you in the front. I'm gonna need to teach other kids because you know everything. Like, and that was it. Like all my school English, it was just like, yeah, go on the back. You know everything, and that's how I ended up like passing everything, flying, then going to like yeah. But that was only English. Like maths, oh my god, horrible. Polish was worse. But yeah, it's because it's complicated, right? But yeah, English was like no problem. It's like doing the contests and stuff. What happened? My heart burns badly. Okay, nothing happened. I just need to watch what's happening after I'm drinking that, because one time I drank something and I woke up in the island, and like my ship was somewhere else, and number one of my teacher would have thought I end up as a teacher. You know what? That was my kind of thinking, my perspective, when I wanted to go to uni, to where to go, and I was thinking I maybe go to like English. What's it called? You know, English in the university. So after that you can go like to be an English teacher and stuff. But thankfully I've not passed the last maths like the thing you need to go to university. There's like exam of all your knowledge from the middle school, and I passed English 94% basic, 67% extended, Polish 30%, which you need to have 30% to pass, so I was just right. And maths I had 26 out of 30 needed. So because I've not passed that, I never went to university, but I'm super happy because because I didn't went to university, I could go to UK, and I made it just in time to go to UK to get my settled status and what have you, before Brexit happened. So I had 7 years there, easy life, good money, perfect. What do you want more? And then I ended up here. And if I was to go to university back in Poland, even though it was, I think it was free, because I think university is free in Poland, at least partially, then I would end up working in McDonald's with my English philology or whatever it's called. So I think I made the right choices in my life. Not going to university was a good choice, actually. So yeah, I think you don't hear it much from people, like, oh, you should go to university because yeah, that is a good choice. Not going is a good choice because you waste your time in university. When you're young, you should be building your own business. You should be doing stuff, not sitting and learning and then just narrowing down your life's knowledge into a certain topic, so then you are useless for other stuff. I mean, that's what I think. I don't want to be, don't want to sound like an ignorant bastard, but that's kind of my perspective. And if you look at all the successful people, like big companies and stuff, they first got their companies, they first made their money, and then they studied, because it was like, okay, so now I can study because I got time. But when you study when you're young, when you study too much, you lose the opportunity of making money, of being someone, I think. I don't know. But we went on a to be good, but you had a plan. I did, but I knew I had a job after. Yeah, that's what I say. Like, it's good when you know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing and you're going for university, and then you're like, oh, but I finished university and now I work in McDonald's. Yeah, because you had no goal in your life. You just went there, you just spent your time there because someone told you you need to go, and then, yeah. It's like, you should have been better off just like going, doing some, I don't know, digger license or something, buying a digger. That's a good money everywhere in Europe. That's a good money. Construction site, like going into that's a good money. Like everything, if you're a professional, everything is a good money, to be honest. So there is no shame of not having education if you got the good money working like a normal person. But I'm lost now. I don't know where I am. I'm just got so hooked up on talking to you that I don't know where I am. Okay, so that's another sea that I cannot enter. Something's great white shark is knocking at my boat, because on this one I cannot see them. And now I can see them, so now I can avoid them. When you're making Euro plus fixing railways. Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying. And those are the smart people, really smart people, because they are using their youth to do something, and I really didn't. I still have, I still have the, well, what's it called? The shame? No, like, I still think I could do stuff better than I did, because I all the time in UK I kinda used it well, but then kinda wasted it in my free time. You know what I mean? So I could make more of it, but still I ended up better than other people. With parents all the time at work, they want them to do something they are not meant to do. Yeah, that's a problem when parents. Wait, I need to kill it. What level is that? Why is it? Holy sh! I'm gonna die. I died. What is that? Dinky the troll. He was hitting me for 30s, man. Sorry, but I just got smashed. He was hitting me for 30s. It's like, what? He had no level whatsoever. Dinky. The bastard troll. Pinky the Dinky. Fuck him, man. Oh my god. Now I need to run to wherever my boat is. Oh man. How I'm gonna get there? Remington? Remington. How do I get to Remington fast? Teleport to Falador, run to Remington. Then get a boat. Okay. Got 15 minutes. It's a good thing that... Yeah, man. It's a good thing that it drops your stuff outside the port, the closest port. So I could have ended up way worse than that. So let's take that, and let's take some money out. Let's take like 1,000, and then at least I didn't lose my important stuff. I lost loads of oak repair kits, but well, okay. Let's go there. Yeah, when parents think that kids uh, are belonging to them, like they treat kids like they would play Crusader Kings. Like, oh, I'm gonna decide because I have a kid. Now I'm gonna decide that this kid will be my archbishop or something like that in my kingdom I created in my dynasty. It's like, no, that's not how things go. You know what I mean? It's like, no, your kid will do whatever it wants to do, and the more you're gonna push for it to do something, he's not gonna do it because that's how you think as a kid. You're like, no, you're literally the Rage Against the Machine song. F you, I won't do what you tell me. You know what I mean? There are some kids like, oh yes, yes mommy, yes daddy, I will do everything. But most of the kids, no. And I was always like that. I was just too rebellious to listen to anyone. And that's why I just, I'd rather be here on the end of the world and I'm winning. Wait, I'm gonna read that. Just let me just get my stuff back. How do I travel? Okay, here. Was it here? Where is it? Where is it? Here. Where is my stuff? Check grave. Okay. At least I got my money. I've not lost my. But Dinky the control man. I don't know how the school system in Poland, but in Norway feels like we're trying to fit everyone through the same school course. Oh yeah, it's the same, bro. You know what? You know why it's the same. I don't know. If you're a teacher, you should know that. If you don't know, then well, you know who Bismarck was. Sorry if I'm speaking too loud or something's wrong with my mic, but it's shite. But yeah, you know Bismarck, that German guy. And I think he was the one that created the model of the universal schooling system all around the Europe. And I spoke with it. My mom was a teacher, and she was a teacher of younger than you are teaching. She was teaching like from 7 till 10, something like that. The younger group. She was a teacher for like 45 years, I think, and now she's retired. So what's that? Fruit isn't. What's that, man? And basically, I talked about that with her. What is it? Wonder what does it taste like. I've never seen that thing ever in my career in RuneScape. But yeah, I spoke about that with her, and she said she knew she was totally against that way of schooling people, but she just didn't want to say anything because she was going through communism and she was like a farmer's daughter, and during the communist socialist Poland puppet state of Soviet Union, if you was low born, you couldn't really get a job as a teacher, and she kind of made her way and she did it. And she didn't want to do anything against the system, right? But then I told her, like, you are made in the current schooling system in Europe, you are made to be a perfect slave. They don't teach you how to think for yourself. You need to be doing what they tell you to do. And there's the whole Bismarck ideas for creating the perfect citizen for the country. And that's how the schooling system works. You are not meant to be like, you know, individual. You don't meant to be thinking for yourself. You need to be thinking what they want you to think. Yeah, that's the thing. Now teachers can decide. Now teacher can decide how he's doing it. So it's like he's technically part of the system, but you can make it so you do it the right way, and then you completely avoid the agenda in a way. Yeah. But you know, back in the day, some teachers, they weren't even like fully aware what they were doing. They've been told to do it this way, and they did it this way, and that's it. And you got loads of people who are like that. They being told something, they don't ask questions, and they just like, yeah, okay, I'm getting paid for that. I just make my way how to do it, you know. Yeah, that wasn't really an option then. Yeah. So did I lost my boat? I did. Changing topics now, but yeah, yeah, it's good chat with you, man. It's like you're a teacher, but you know what you're doing. So I'm glad there are people like you in Europe still. So, but I'm not gonna touch on immigration because like I got my own thoughts, and that's why I'm another reason why I'm not living in Europe. You might have different opinions, but I know that people coming from different cultures and civilizations, they have different moral codes, and that's something that will never change, and they will always pass it on their kids, no matter where they live and how much assimilated they are. There is, you know, always that percentile of the old kind of culture. Not everyone is like that, but yeah. Let me see my charting book. Let's see that. Where's the bossman? Portmaster. No. Is there no? Don't know what the hell they're doing downstairs, but sounds like remodeling something. Western culture is sadly not heading in the right direction. Yeah, it's not. When you live in, you can see that difference. Yeah, man. As soon as you leave the plane, you go through the customs, and it's just like you get out of the airport, and you can see it straight away. The freedom of the people over here, even though the problem of the people here, they are not as well educated in a way that people in Europe are, and they don't have the same kind of perspective of what they can do with what they have. And when I came over here and I just started spitting like ideas to my friend, he's a local here, and it's just like, bro, you can do this with that, you can do this, you don't pay tax, you can do that, you can do this, and he's just looking like, bro, you got so many ideas. I was like, yeah, because I'm thinking, he's like, yeah, but I'm thinking in the different matters. And then he's like, normally people over here, they don't even have a clue about all the stuff that you're saying, because for them is like different planet. They are just locked in their own kind of little worlds. Too many languages. And yeah, like horses with the thingies. So I mean, it's everywhere, but then people are just not aware of how good they have over here. Even though like the pay and everything reminds me when I was leaving Poland for UK, it's like similar right now here, and I would not want to work here for a wage. But yeah, but you can do stuff that is impossible to do in Europe nowadays. So yeah. Obviously, different culture, different way of thinking. Like they are when yeah, different mentality. So they are like doing anything, sorting anything for now. Like you want it now in this no, forget about it. Maybe tomorrow, but most likely next week. But perfectly maybe next month, because like no one's rushing here. Like maybe like when you walk down the street, you can see like people, white collars running about, and but that's only because it's a big city and you know they work offices and stuff like that. But you go out of the capital, you go anywhere, and people just chilling everywhere. They just chilling with their families, drinking mate, just like that is so different. Like it's so nice to look at it that people can actually live like human beings, even though they are poor. They don't have much, but they share. And if anyone's like in trouble, there's always a neighbor will help you. In Poland, neighbor will only look at you because you bought the expensive car and he can't afford it, but he's gonna take a loan or two to buy the same kind of car. And it's just yeah, it's like Serbia is like Poland in this kind of way. Your neighbor wants to eat you and take your stuff most of the times. Like if you have good neighbors, that means you live in the cities. Or but at least my experience was that when I left to UK and I wasn't coming back for a bit, then my friend once called me and he's like, bro, I've been to a local hairdresser, and she told me something about you, that she had the clients coming over, and there is like what's it called, the people been scheming about why you're not here anymore. It's like, why? Oh, people been saying that you're in prison for drugs. Yeah, rumors. Yeah, man. I was like, yeah, lovely. So if you have people like that in your vicinity where you live, that all they want for you is all the shit that happened to you because they've not seen you. Yeah, it's just crazy. So and in UK, for that example, no one gives a flying feather for you. Um, so whatever happens to you is just yeah, whatever. Um, so that's why I went for UK. The other thing was obviously British pound, because it was like 6 times over. So sampled it before. Thank God for it. I don't know what Anchor does actually, but yeah. Wait, let me use some of that. Yeah, and I'm not saying like everyone is like that. It's just it bothers me, and I can't live knowing that my neighbor is like that. I can't live knowing that anyone who ever sees me in my vicinity, because he knows me since I was a kid, is gonna be thinking stuff because, oh, back in the past he seen me, or I was doing some. It's like, no, just can stop. Like, people never let go. Yeah. That's in a way you in Poland. Like if I ask my parents, because they are like both retired now, they say they are the generation that says that communism wasn't that bad. It's like it was horrible. What you talking about? No, it wasn't that bad because people were good for each other. They they helped each other, they, you know. And then I said, you remember you told me once that the worst kind of curse you could get during that times was if someone told you, I hope you will lack of connections, because if you had no connections you couldn't get anything back in the day. Yeah. And they were saying, yeah, but people were better. I was like, people were only good to you because of that saying. So if people would be bad for each other, they would had no connections, right? And he's like, oh yeah, you're right, actually. So people were good because they needed to be good to not lose all the connections. And now in the capitalism, people don't need connections as much. I mean, they still do, because nepotism is still a thing. I mean, I'm the best example. I'm a forestry technician, by the way. And in Poland, no chance, because, oh, Mr. whatever my surname was, we don't know anyone of that name over here. No one worked ever in national forests with that surname. Well, you know what? Yeah, just carry on, do whatever. So I just like went 4 years to middle school and then like just kissed the door handle. It's like, yeah, okay, I'm going UK. Gulag Archipelago. Yeah, that's one of the I think is it this one, or because in Polish it's different name, but we had at least 2 lectures in Poland. One was about Dr. Mengele, and one was about the gulags. We have it as a national lectures. Is that right? Lectures, like books you need to read at school. So those were like, one was for against the Soviets and one was against the Nazis. And yeah, imagine being like 16, 15, and they tell you to read books like that about, you know, making soap out of humans and all that. Like you will remember that because you will. And then eventually he ran off. Where all of them ran off to? Exactly to this place. And now I'm living door to door, if you could say that, with their kids and grandkids. So, but yeah, it's okay. I'd rather to be with the demons here than with the normal people over there, because with yeah, many 12% is the biggest minority. Yeah, so whoever went to Argentina with the main guy as well, you know, the main guy. So the main guy went to Argentina. He spent there like 3 years or something. There's loads of documentaries about it, and it's technically, no one says it's confirmed, but locals here they say for a fact that they know that the main guy, after some time in Argentina, he came here, he died here, and there is whole like tourist business of Germans coming over here with connections, and they go to a certain place where apparently there's a grave of that guy, obviously changed name, changed everything, and they just like, you know, saluting him and stuff. So that's still a thing, man. It sounds bad, but that's still a thing. One of my Polish friends from here, he actually knows a guy who knows the place. So if I'm ever gonna go there, then you know what I can do. But I don't know if I'm gonna come back alive from there. So it's a fact. It's an actual fact. And there's loads of like weird different groups living in remote places in this country, in Argentina as well. There's loads of Mennonites, but Mennonites are Mennonites, so they are like Amish. Okay, so I did that. But oh yeah, it's crazy. The more you start traveling, the more you can see, the more you can hear. the more you realize that the world isn't actually what the TV says it is. So there are still wild things going on. It's like, and I don't tend to, I never lie. I hate liars in my life. So that bit, what I just said, is what I heard from three different persons, three different people, persons, people, whatever, gente, and they are not connected to each other. So I think might be something in it. Might be a myth, but who knows? Because that main guy situation in Argentina got hot, and locals already knew about, because if you type in Google the town of Bariloche, for example, you just look at it and you know it's German by the construction, by the black lumber and white walls, Prussian wall, and all the town looks like that. And there's loads of people with German surnames there. And he was there, the main guy. And then because he got so popular, and now it's a touristic place in Argentina. So like locals already found out, everyone found out, so he just evacuated here, because here no one would ever look for you, like you're in the bumfuck nowhere. Sorry for I shouldn't be cursing, but you know, there's just them them phrases that are so fitting. They convey the emotions, right? So yeah. What's that? Oh yeah, that's Bariloche, yeah. So it looks like, you know what I mean. Looks like Wolfenstein, not enemy territory. Return to Castle Wolfenstein, the game. Does it? Yeah, exactly. Bariloche, man. So yeah. Eagle's nest. Budget eagle's nest. I don't think it's that budget, It's like they had loads of money, they have loads of tourists. I met Argentinians here in the hotel 2 years ago, and now, because I've been here 2 years ago to start my residency, do my basic stuff, and now I came in, I'm doing like a further in residency. So I was doing like temporary. I should technically be here, but I wasn't, and no one really asked. So now I came back and I got the permanent. I just wait for the documents. I'm lost. I need to go and solve something. Yeah. No. I actually got, fun fact. I actually have one viewer, one follower. When I was doing what's it called? When I'm doing Duolingo, one of my followers is from Israel. Like the Israel. But yeah, good guy, learning languages, learning Spanish actually. Yeah. I don't want to deal with some certain groups of people, if you know what I mean. I have nothing against any European, because I can deal with them. Slavs are different, but because I'm of Slavic origin, I can deal with Slavs. We are exceptional, but yeah. Then like Scandinavians, cool. Maybe partially because I'm like 40 something percent Viking origin, Western Europe. No, I'm really I checked my heritage. My brother checked his DNA, but we are actual brothers. So I'm 6 to 7% Ashkenazi Jew, like most of people in Europe, because they were all over the place. So I possibly had one of them mixed in somewhere. Then like 40 to 50% Viking from like different sources, like this, some from like Norway, Sweden, some like UK, Saxons, something, then from Isle of Man, something. So I'm like a mixture of Slav, Viking, and like 6% Ashkenazi. So yeah. So we have the same kind of, I would say, heritage, even though I'm from different country. We could have the same grandfathers. Who knows? But yeah. And my surname was like the version of my surname was popular in Norway, or I would I don't want to say it on stream, but you know, there is a form of my surname that was in Norway or Finland. No, Norway. Like my dad checked it as well. There is something about Isle of Man, Norway, a bit of like Scotland even. I don't know. I don't remember. But yeah, I'm like 100% European in a way. Like exempt them 6%, you know, and everything else. I just noticed I'm really calculating, so maybe that's that 6% is coming from. There you go. Finished. 6%. Hello there, Elia. How you doing? You can see the viewers, you know. And some viewers, when I say hello, when I call them out, they just run away. Don't know why people do it, but they just run away. The light died off. Why you don't say anything? It's like my camera focus laptop thingy built in doesn't really do a good job, but yeah. So yeah, people do run off most of the times, and the people who are actually talking are artists. Oh, hey, I noticed you're new. Talking to you for like 15 minutes, and then in the end, oh, but you know, it's just like accept me on Discord because I do that art for things, and it's like, bro, I got literally 7 of you on my Discord with the total of 8 people there. It's like, just stop. Like, yeah, you know that. And I just do it because, like, why not? I'm kind of bored and I can do it. I can fail in RuneScape on stream. I don't give a flying feather, as I said. I'm too old for that now. Yeah, it's all Bob Rosses. Yeah, exactly. Everyone's a Bob Ross, and the most annoying thing to me is that, yeah, all of them, actually all of them, they send me what they can make, and there is like a whole one block of photos, of banners, photos, whatever, with the furries, the furry friends, you know what I mean. And there's also LGB whatever motive in it as well, and it's just like, yeah, you do cool stuff, but it's not for me. Just like, go away. I don't want to look at it. It's like, the furry friends with like weird kind of fetishes, like, no, just go away. And it's like, oh yeah, one of my clients did that. It's like, the world is going the wrong way. Everyone knows that. I don't have to follow, yeah, Western designers, yeah, Western BS. So, but then obviously when I moved in here, I was like, oh, okay, that's gonna be a normal country. But because that's a capital city and I'm literally close to the district center, on one weekend I would not be any more wrong about it. I've never seen so many weirdos in one place. Don't want to be like horrible, but they were proper weirdos. And yeah. And I was just like, I was walking down with the Brazilian and Argentinian, and I said to them, like, I left Europe because of that. All that bollocks. And now I came here and I see the same stuff. It's like, just take me away, take me to the villages somewhere. I don't wanna be here. Just like walking down the street, I was just gagging, and then that one person of weird identity started calling me out. It's like, I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm gonna fuck you up. It's like, and then because I went like in the front, and then my Argentinian mate was in the back, and he was just started laughing like a maniac, like because I was like gagging. It was just like, brother, they literally wanted to rip you apart. I was like, oh, well, they could try chasing me down, but whatever was shouting to me was bigger than me, so I would have no chance. But I would just possibly just run. I'm not gonna get, anywhere close to that, to them things. Yeah, it's just crazy. And again, I mean, maybe I didn't have, but like, I knew people who were different orientation, but they were normal. And those are just freaks, like proper freaks. There is nothing normal about that crowd, if you ask me. And the normal people are ashamed, like normal people of different direction. They are ashamed of all that crowd, and it's just like how politics and everything else can turn that life of a certain percentile of a people worldwide into a hell, because they make it into ideology. So crazy. But I think I shouldn't be talking about that as well, because I'm on Twitch. And Twitch is a yeah, they are. And I heard voices like that now they have problems because everyone thinks that they are part of that, but they are not part of that. And what's that? I need that in my life. Just don't go. Oh yes. Don't go in the heat. I need that. There you go. Yeah. Exactamente. Amigo. Not everyone has a platform. Yeah. That's what it is. I think it's the time for my second lunch or second dinner if you don't mind. What's going on? I need to dock somewhere, I think. But yeah, that's what you get for €3. Full meal. Boom. Rice with something reminds me of a pancake with a minced meat. With the sauce. So it's basically full meal. Meat, sauce, thingy, rice. So, and after that, I'm good. I'm good till the end of the day. So yeah, I'm just gonna take my headphones off and enjoy that, because I'm looking at the clock and it's already I'm at the wrong place here. Yeah, you're kind of misplaced. Yeah, you are. So for that you have two of them, two full meals. So do whatever you want with that. I can accommodate you if needs be, and I can give you a discount, and I could sort your documents, and I can pick you up from the airport. So yeah, just come by anytime. Do the German route, yeah. The Germans. The German route. You hear excited meow nearby. Is that one of them furry friends? I drank some blackout potion and now they're gonna come for me or what? Inano. I don't even buy a salt because they give me salt in the restaurant. Yeah, Schmidt, Meyer, Holz, Schneider, Feinsteiger. Yeah, man. And you know what's the fun part? Some of the locals here, like the guy who fitted my AC in my room, his name, yeah, his name was Adolfo. And I was calling him Alonso, because I said I would never call you Adolfo. And it's like there is loads of them with weird names like that. I don't know why. You can't make it up. You can't make it up. That's what I'm saying. That's just fuck. I'm gonna go there. Definitely. Jacques Vedry. So yeah, you can't make it. Yeah, Adolfo. I was like, hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo te llamas? Oh, hola, bro, Adolfo, the AC repairman. Yeah, man. But he was 100% local, like 100% local, you know, the Latino. But his name was Adolfo. And at first I thought he was joking because he knew that because he's like, oh, hey, hola, polaco, ¿qué tal? And like, yeah, hola, hola. ¿Y cuál es tu nombre? Adolfo. And I just looked at him like, hey, you're joking. No, no, no. Estás bromeando. No, 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 no. Es real, Adolfo. And later, just like, Alfonso. Like, I'm Adolfo. No, no, no. For me, you're Alonso. I'm not gonna call you Adolfo. He's like, oh, okay, okay. Mm. And that's good. That is paying. Just look at that. Look at that. You're not getting that in Europe. Not for that price, definitely not. It's like a pancake with meat, but I take it with rice because it's good. Yeah, and I'm really glad. I'm really glad you found me here because you are the people I want in my life. Like people who can talk any topic. Like that. Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, if you ever want a good vacation and if you're not afraid of flying far away, then yeah, definitely stick around. We can do something about it. Although the flights are a bit pricey, but you don't have to go back, you know? You can stay. We can organize something. Because that was me two and a half years ago. 20% off from a top. Yeah, exactly. That was me 2.5 years ago. I came here first time for 3 weeks, and when it came a time for me to go back, I was like, who wants my ticket to Europe? Because I don't wanna go. It's like, bro, you can't just give your tickets because it's on your name. It's like, oh, okay, well, then I have to go back then. So I was so upset I needed to go back, bro. So upset. And then what what welcomed me in Madrid, in España, Spain, was I was walking through. I took the metro somewhere. I got lost in the metro, and I got out from the metro, and I had a hostel. I was going through the town center and all the small, tiny, passageways and like plazas and stuff like that. and I went out on like like not a big one, but like a small plaza, with the windows, with the balconies. And what welcomed me back to Europe was a big, massive flag of a rainbow, and two naked dudes on the balcony. One was in front holding the railing, and the other one was behind. So then I realized like where the hell I got back to. What kind of place I'm going back to. So yeah, I can't erase that image from my memory. Bro, imagine, and it was like third floor. Yeah, third floor, because it was like normally you wouldn't see it, but if you looked up a bit, you could see it, like everything. And the pride flags everywhere. And it's just like, I know Spain is communist. I know, like, Franco did really bad job with introducing people to nationalistic movements, but it just swinged right back to, you know, the left. So yeah. But let's, yeah, man, stay safe, stay sane, and see you later. Thank you.